say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, hey, hey. What up, fools? Today is 8/17/2025. It is 1:17 a.m. Eastern Time. Getting started pretty late. Don't know how long I'm gonna end up streaming today, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I haven't really looked at the news or anything yet. Where's my earbud? Alright, hold on a second. Okay, sorry. I never saw the stream intro. It's cute as? Oh shit. Cute as what? And how do you know it's bad? Because Trump is the president, bro. Duh. Every day's been bad. It's just an educated guess.
MAGA will never die. You Democrats have a new sadistic candidate with ulterior motives every time we have a new election. MAGA will never die. Even after Trump is not the president anymore, I'm voting for Vance. When Barron becomes eligible to be the president, I'm voting for Barron. I'm voting for people who will push the MAGA agenda far from right now. Every single Democratic candidate has extremely contrasted beliefs, as in all of their beliefs and political goals are.
MAGA will die with Trump. MAGA will be done. It'll die with Trump. That'll be that.
Are not similar to each other at all. Wow, MAGA representees will have a similar traditional faith in what America should be. There are no democratic values that you can withhold over time because Democrats are traditionally untraditional. Every 8 to 10 years, there's a new democratic sadistic influence on the world of how you want this fantasy utopia land to exist. And it's sad because most of the Democrats don't realize that they're being bamboozled. After about 10 years, they're going to realize that their political beliefs are no longer a priority. And there's a new agenda that the Democrats are pushing just to get votes. It's sad, but it's true. MAGA withholds values, and this will last generations and generations over time. I guarantee you.
Just saw Destiny's Child is praising Hitler. Yeah. It's weird as fuck for people to actually be like platforming his fucking kid, dude. Isn't he like 14? It's weird as fuck, dude. It's weird as fuck for somebody like Drew Pavlov to be like, I'm gonna go debate Destiny's kid. What the fuck is wrong with these people? What is wrong with them? Seems like the weirdest fucking shit.
Again! And sure enough, just in time, Fresh and Fit got some. Myron has a girlfriend.
Well, when was the last time you had a girlfriend prior to Angie?
Not really.
Okay,
No.
so you've never had a girlfriend in your life until you dated a foreign girl.
Not like a, yeah.
You know, me and Preach took a break to go booty queef in foreign countries, but
He never had a girlfriend before? This dude's out here talking about women all the time. And he never really had a girlfriend? What? His whole show is supposed to be giving guys advice on how to deal with women and talk about women, and he never even had a girlfriend? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
we're back. Booty queef! Booty queef! Ordinarily, people go through breakups all the time. Nobody should care. But Myron loves to use his unconventional, monogamous on her end, open on mine relationship to prove that his ideology works.
I do what the fuck I want to do. She's loyal to me. It's monogamous on her end, open on my end. You know who's fucking smart? My fucking girlfriend is smart, man. Don DeMarco.
She lives a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here.
Bro, if I'm be 1,000, my girl's
You're
better than all you fucking girls. No, she shuts the hell up. She cooks and cleans when I ask.
Said if you make enough money, if you look the way I look, you can get everything you want.
If you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you got to pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you.
It's gonna turn out she was trans, isn't it? I can already see where this is going. She was trans.
She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is.
1 year into his new relationship, we come to find out this Venezuelan immigrant who's likely to be deported found love with somebody else. That's right. She went to Home Depot, found herself a hard-working construction worker, and now they rollerblade together. And I'm just so glad that under the cloud of ice, these two could find love. That being said, coconuts in Barbados. Myron repeatedly mentions his girlfriend during debates, during discussions, just be like, what, you think a guy like me can't have a girlfriend? And now all of a sudden that shit's falling apart. He's hiding it.
Do you have a missus? Do you have a girl?
That's irrelevant to the question.
Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend? That's what I thought. Bro, don't you have like a girlfriend or like a wife or something? Like somebody you
All right, bro, we
appreciate?
went over this a million times. Like me being here as a single guy, right, in the city, whatever, in the best. Bro, another conversation.
Oh, Myron, who's Angie?
You know what, man? This is crazy, bro. Well,
What did Angie say?
This is
I said, Myron, are you still with Angie?
Oh.
this is absolutely nuts that women don't.
Keep that same energy, boy. I thought your shit works. What happened?
I did went out a couple of times with Angie. She's nice, you know, she was nice, and she told me the stuff that was happening between them. Clearly, they don't have sex at all. Yeah. Yeah.
So wait, no. These guys are worse than tricks. So you're not even hitting it and you paying all the bills. And she laying with a...
But then again, Daisy Chen is kind of, I can't really trust her either.
I just got here from work, and we never have sexual relationships, guys. Like, you should stop with this. You guys are laughing, but it's true.
Them boys commented about damn time.
She said, we never have what?
Her either.
I just got here from work, and we never have sexual relationships, guys. Like, you should stop with this. You guys are laughing, but it's true.
Them boys commented about damn time. We all know you were smashing Angie. You know what, bro? I wish, but no. Them boys commented about damn.
You owe Daisy an apology.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy.
My bad. I said it was not the most trustworthy, but then again, you was on your word. That's my bad.
I mean, a broken clock gets money from tricks twice a day.
I mean, dude, ABBA was one of the worst when it came to the way that he talked about. What was her name again? Daisy? Lily? Fuck. I already forgot her name. He was ABBA was one of the worst. ABBA was definitely fucking slandering that bitch.
You didn't see that one coming. Yeah, she went that one coming.
They don't have sex?
They don't have sex, and she told me Myron just prefer to be with other women.
You mean other men?
I have no idea. I
Oh, that's Shout out to Tree. Shout out to Tree.
Mara, since you said you're transparent, are you circumcised or uncircumcised? Angie exposes motherfucker.
Red pill niggas is gay.
No.
Red pill niggas is the gayest, bro. They paying $5 to find out like what his dick look like. Bro, hey yo, why you acting like you ain't show me yours?
What are you doing? What are you even doing?
I ain't doing nothing. It's the natural consequences of boys being boys. You didn't show me on purpose. I had to catch your booty queef, and then I got to see the goods. So I took a whole hey, booty queef. Wow. Booty queef. Yeah.
Like, my girl don't talk back to me. Like, this whole like situation, like argue. There's no arguments. This is how it is. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry for her.
Yeah. And here's the thing. No. She lives a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here. And if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you got.
That's because AIDS is a lot more rampant in the gay community.
To pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is.
I do what the fuck I want to do. She's loyal to me. It's monogamous on her end, open on my end. You know where she's at right now? She's hanging out with my parents up in Connecticut.
She's with her daddy, all right. Can you say it in Spanish, papi? Can you say it in Italian?
Papa.
The only word in Italian I know is pizza pasta.
And she's smart.
That's one word.
DiGiorno.
DiGiorno?
DiGiorno.
Did you say
If you just read it and you go, oh, no. It just I mean, I'm happy for Myron. I think now he has the opportunity to pursue relationships with men now. And I think that's going to be good.
Have you guys seen, I've seen huskies that sound like they sound fucking Italian. Have you guys ever heard these, like, huskies? Like, I don't know. Have you ever heard these things? There's some fucking huskies, dude, that always sound like they're fucking speaking Italian.
When a husky has an Italian accent.
Oh, diglielo. Ah, che sono cattivi. Dici tu sei troppo educato. Siediti.
When a husky
Vaffanculo. No, giù, non l'hai detto bene. Non l'hai Vaffanculo. Vaffanculo.
Huskies are the best, dude. Huskies are the best. I want a fucking husky. I want a husky. Huskies are so fucking great. We are great, these fucking things.
Oh, they're about to. Guys, stay out of there. Here they come.
Oh, oh, oh! You done fucked up.
The husky's cursed by some demon. Call an exorcist now.
Did you say with men?
All the happiest pictures I've seen of this is in another man's arms.
That's crazy.
Fresh, fit, and fabulous. Fresh and fellas.
Fresh and fellas?
Fresh and fellas. 2 guys, no hoes. Fresh and fitness. Fresh and fitness. Fresh and fit for men who reject feminism but not each other. Okay. Red pill in the streets, rainbow in the sheets. No? Welcome to Fresh and Fit, where no homo is a suggestion. How about Fresh and Spit? Trad values, soft hands, you know what I'm saying? No, okay.
Fresh and slay.
Fresh and slay. We get rid of the bitches so we can get to the niggas. And if you think about it, half their podcast is making the women run away. And who's left?
Niggas.
Coconuts in Barbados.
And she's smart enough to understand, damn, though this bothers me a little bit that I know that he's with other women, I understand that he cares about me, he loves me, provides for me.
Yeah,
sorry for her.
yeah. And here's the thing. No.
I
She lives
agree.
a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here. No offense.
That's
right.
fine.
But what I'm trying to explain to you, ladies, is if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you got to
found yourself a real
You
gold
got to
digger.
pay the
That's nice.
price. You got to pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck
Would
you.
you say?
Remember when she left Amaru and NYC for the rollerblade event? Well, she didn't just go there to rollerblade. Yo, Myron got real haters. This is on our Reddit. You not getting a dime. You just hate this nigga. So this is from Don Juan's Instagram, and he posted a story with her going through Paramount.
Is that a metaphor for a legs opening? Anyways, go ahead.
No, that's her leaving the closet where she left Myron, because like her relationship with him was clearly fake.
Where did they take that beat? Where did they take that beat? Where did it go?
I want to get on some glow skates and go skating at night.
This is why I tell you guys, you need to watch what she does. No girls' nights, no club. I tell you, don't go to the fucking club. You want to go to the club anyway and be a whore? I tell you not to fucking hang out with your ass friends. You hang out with them anyway? You need to delete your social media. He doesn't. No. Okay. Men and women are not the same. When women get pretty for a reason, that in itself is cheating. Actually, you know, it's funny. Angie's gonna write. I can do whatever I want. She stays inside.
A lie detector determined that was a lie.
You're my girl. You're not putting your fucking body on the internet when we're together.
That was a lie.
She's your girl now, but if she still puts photos like that of herself.
Damn, dude. Holy shit.
and we're together.
That was a lie.
Myron actually fucking pulled?
She's your girl.
Damn, bro. Myron's fucking... And he didn't even hit it.
Girl now, but if she still puts photos like that of herself on the internet and is being provocative,
Then yeah.
when she's in a relationship with you, that's fucking disrespectful. She's single. Again! You fucking idiots!
I think this is all healthy to see unfold because you can just realize like anyone can get online and preach whatever they want. But
Why don't you look at me like
I
that?
don't know.
Because you said preach?
I think maybe. But can you put any of it in practice? And you realize like all this advice that they've been building, they can't. Him telling women, oh, you can't go to the clubs. His girl's going to the club.
They're going.
And you know what? This guy knew she was going out and doing all this stuff. Why did he do with his rules? He threw them out. Why? Because he fell in love. And it turns out that this hard body, I tell my bitch what to do. Oh yeah, Angie got very promiscuous pictures because you know in the past. You notice all these motherfuckers make all the excuses for the behavior they tell you never to accept. Moment is them. Why? Because the reality is when you fall in love with somebody, you start softening up. You start compromising on certain things. And especially when it's not even realistic standards. It's like really dumb fucking shit. I know online, people think like if you go to the club, you're just out there being a whore. Like some people are just brain dead. They think anybody who goes out with the girls or they get down and
I will, Spartacus. Leave me alone. Why are you still talking about this?
like a train. People are fucking
at the club.
Yeah, at the club.
At the club.
In the bathroom, one stall,
On the
7
bar.
niggas,
On the
upside down, underneath, in the toilet. She getting from everywhere. That's what people are stupid online. That's why from the jump I was like, y'all trying too hard to control everything. It's normal to go through a relationship and go through a breakup, but this guy's selling the answer like, I know what I'm doing. Y'all follow my lead. Y'all get these results. Y'all get the money. And well, it turns out money's not everything in life for a lot of people. You can't just neglect your partner, not do shit, not have a life, not have hobbies, and think just because you pay the rent. Which, can I ask, if you date some broad like doing this whole value thing and you just paying their rent and paying all their bills and then they just leave you afterwards, like, isn't that like quasi-tricking?
No, it's not quasi-tricking.
Okay. It's tricking.
It is tricking.
Yeah, because these guys said they don't pay.
You're not quasi.
But he has to pay all this money to keep it around.
You're not quasi.
I think it's just at some point, it's like Santa Claus. You want to believe. It don't make sense, but you need to believe.
I think
I like Santa.
Probably one of the reasons why I don't believe in this whole thing in the first place is because before doing this whole YouTube thing and everything, and before engaging in that, knowing what that red pill thing was about, I worked for high value people. They're not happier. They got it easy for some aspects. I can tell you that much. Yes, they do. But I've seen more people with relationship in shambles in the high value world than in the normal realm. Mm-hmm. And I include myself in there because they're much closer to millionaires than I am. And I'm much closer to y'all than. So I'm like, no, everybody got their issues. Everybody got their problem. You're selling this kind of dream, this fulfillment, this euphoria that is not real. It's not real. You're just taking all the good points of it.
If you guys want to see how inferior women are to men, go ahead and look at her Instagram stories and how she tries to do workouts.
It hurts. I can't do it. That's not funny. Come on, like I've been working out for like 6 months. Marian's been doing this for years. It's not even funny.
Man. Just reminds me how inferior women really are.
This is the one next to Fresh?
Who's that?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
Haram. Yeah.
But yeah, you don't give off like whole vibes immediately. But here's the thing.
Go, scroll up a little bit, Chris. Look at this. This is Haram.
Oh yeah, Haram. Never mind. 3 or 4.
They are so cute and
Never mind.
Never mind.
Streets.
Streetwalker.
Yeah, street. Outside of reproduction,
I didn't say anything.
how do men need?
Wait, why did they keep blocking that off?
Streets.
Streetwalker.
Yeah, street.
And then they don't. Oh, okay. You can see her nipples. Okay, never.
Outside of reproduction,
I didn't say anything.
how do men need? If we didn't need to propagate another society, you guys are effectively useless.
Stay in the kitchen.
But
Actually, it's funny. Angie's gonna write our NDAs from now on. We're gonna make NDAs.
Yeah, but don't tell the people.
And Angie's gonna write them. Huh? Who better to write them than my chick? You Jose got no money. Who better, man? Who better, man?
Like, this guy, he's so preoccupied with trying to look cool online, he's disrespecting his girls every turn.
Ed, you got anything you want to tell people? What are your thoughts on the general thing? Because actually, you're the one that came up with.
She's not happy. Dude.
Went out.
She looked like she down to actually do this stuff for him so that he can go bang these other whores. But she's like, don't tell the people. What does he do? Yeah, she gonna write it. You gonna do it. You, my girl, you gotta do it. Like, that's how socially retarded these red pillars are. They can't even take basic cues about respecting their partner. Yeah, of course she's gonna cheat on you. Of course she gonna. I don't even know she cheated. She probably told this nigga, I'm done with you. He can't process it. You know, everyone assuming she cheated. Maybe she just wasn't happy. And how could you be happy?
Yeah.
When this guy goes out of his way to say she packs my, like, he don't have the decency to say this should be private.
And even if it's true, or we don't even know if it is.
But if
it's
it
like,
is,
yo, you put it out there, like, bro, you made me look bad. Do your thing, but now I told you no, and then you still do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to Angie. You know what? She got this fucking goofball, this trick to pay her rent for months in Miami. He put in couple tens of thousands of dollars and just taking care of her. That's just on rent. She did her thing. She got free rent for a bunch of months in this economy. Hey, listen, good for her.
I only really go outside when I do the fucking debates, man. If I'm be honest with y'all, bro. Like, I literally only go outside to do the debates. I barely leave my building. Because you guys know me, I'll work, bro. I'll give up my social life. I don't go. You know? Angie's very understanding. She takes Frank whenever I need him. She helps me with groceries and shit. So Angie's very understanding. I haven't seen her in a bit. I'm not going to lie to you guys. She actually came by real quick when I was doing the table shit. You know, as of recently, man, it's been tough, bro. I'm not going to lie, man. It's been tough as of recently.
You know, someone's like, yo, but you hate these things. I think there was a time I did. Nowadays, like, it barely even crosses my radar. It's become so relevant. And I don't feel bad because I think what they're doing is selling poison to people. So, like,
that's because all Myron does anymore is just, like, talk about the Jews. That's all he does. Ever since I put out that video a while ago of him, like, going off on the Twitter space, just, like, calling every black dude the N-word with the hard R, and calling Jews the K-slur, and just, like, going off for like an hour. Ever since then, like, that's all he does anymore. That's all he does. He just talks about the fucking Jews. I didn't even know if they were still doing their fucking show. I didn't know if they were still doing their Fresh and Fit shit. Because I don't see it anymore. They don't come up anymore. Myron goes on a bunch of other shows like Tim Pool all the time. And does, you know, Piers Morgan and crap like that to talk about politics. But I don't ever see them popping up anymore. As far as this shit goes, I haven't seen them in any drama. I haven't seen them, you know, getting in any controversies. Like, Myron's just been playing this, and every time I see him on Twitter now, it's where, like, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are fighting, and he's in the comments like, guys, we should all be on the same side. We should all be getting along. We're on the same team. Come on, guys. Let's not be fighting. Like, that's him now. He's like, we gotta keep all the anti-Semitic people together. Can't break up the team.
I think it's good that they're getting the downfall. But at the same time, you can't just help but look at this shit. It's like, why y'all motherfuckers try to make this shit so difficult for yourselves and for everybody else? You know, it's like, y'all want everything, and everything y'all doing is going to ensure that you'll never get it. Like, imagine being a young man who just doesn't have that adulation and that, like, romance with women, and thinking, like, becoming this controlling freak who's going to, like, mistreat the person and, like, try to, like, belittle them at every point is, like, the kind of thing you need to emulate to get the results you need. I understand guys ain't got much guidance, and it's tough to find that shit out there. But to look at a man who's in his mid-30s, never been in a relationship, and his first one, you know, as a high value man, he can't even get like an immigrant about to be deported to stay with him. She might not be in the country much longer, and even she's like, deportation, please. You know, like, at some point you gotta just look at it, it's like, what?
I have a question. You said before you don't mind saying the N-word, but is that just reserved to black people slurs, or are you okay with saying Jewish slurs, for example? I don't think it's okay to call anybody any kind of slurs. No, Like generally, I don't think, especially not racial slurs. I don't think that you should ever call black people the N-word or anything like that. Hell no, dude. I don't think I ever said that was an okay thing to do. Hell no.
What are we doing? Like, you got like millions in the bank, and you can't make it work with all the extra capital. What you want regular niggas to
She
do?
was with you for 6 months. Deportame.
Damn! It's like you guys have all the tools that you said y'all needed.
You got all the tools.
Right. It makes me think of that Donovan Sharp dude lying about like his wife being a single mom and like
not being a single mom.
Like imagine caring about your business so much.
But I heard you say that on your last stream. I literally said, we're referencing the word. And so we're not like calling anybody this thing. So it's very different. That isn't racist to like say the word just to reference it, just to say this is the word that I'm talking about. But yes, calling somebody that word is very different, right? Like saying a word, the word, like just saying it isn't the bad thing, right? It's using it towards somebody that's bad. It's calling somebody that word that is bad, right? Like it's a slur is an insult. If you're using it to insult somebody, that's obviously bad. But if you're just referencing it just to say it, you're not insulting anybody. You're talking about the insult, right? So it's I get it. Nobody does that to any other groups. What do you mean? Nobody does that to any other group? I think it's the opposite. I think that people are a lot more afraid to say actual words when it comes to like slurs that are for black people than it is for anybody else. Like people will regularly say, he called that person a kike. He called that guy a beaner. Like they'll actually say the words with literally everything else. But like with Papa John, when he said like, guys, don't say, I forget what it was. I think it was the N-word, but he says like, don't say this word. And he fucking gets fired for it because, yeah, like even if you're referencing it, apparently people get upset about it. So but that's because nobody has to use that argument for Jewish slurs. There's not another thing. There's not another word where people get upset about you just saying the slur if you're just referencing it, right? There's not another word that people get upset about in that way. It's only the N-word. There's not another word that people are that upset about, which like for good reason. But I'm just saying, like you're saying this as though nobody makes that argument for other slurs. That's because they don't have to. They can just say it. They don't. If they say that person called that dude a kike, nobody, people are, oh, I can't believe he said it. Oh my goodness, he said it. Whoa. Like nobody does that because they just say it. Like, but with the N-word, yeah, even when you're just referencing it, people will get pissed off. To be honest, I never heard anyone say any other slur of any what? Agree?
You gonna deny the existence of your stepchild?
Yep.
Like, you understand how crazy these motherfuckers are? And also, you have to understand the audience, how much you have to ignore to, like, accept these people teaching you shit. You have to literally close your eyes, let them take money out of your pocket and be like, hey, my nigga, you really killing it. You can't even see, though. Because if you take the time to look, like, there's no way. Like, niggas is spending 15 bands on a escort's bracelet. Like, but they don't pay. It's just like, all of these things, you just watch it unfold. And, you know, part of me I also stopped feeling bad for the audience that falls for this shit.
100%.
Because at some point when we put the like, you know, it's a scam. He keeps telling you it's a scam and you ignore it, then get scammed, nigga. It's not even a scam at this point because you know it's an unfair deal.
No, it's really your fault. To all the audience, it's like you're always talking about accountability.
Yeah.
And you fall for this shit over and over and over and let people pass. That means that if you still follow for that, is because you let things slide. You talk about accountability, but you let things slide and slide and slide and slide. No.
Yeah.
Just go, what are you like? Fucking Water World, the Magic Kingdom, is like slip and slide all the time.
The accountability point was great.
It's cosplay.
Yeah, you're right. My mom never responded. She saw my pictures like, nigga, I'm tired of looking at you.
Yeah, I ain't mad at it.
Wow.
Well, right now, the political fight brewing in Texas over the state's congressional map reached new heights today.
Yeah, Democrats fleeing the Lone Star State to stall a key vote in redistricting, and now the governor calling for their arrest.
I'm debating about whether or not I will run where they put me, which is where I live. Yeah.
In 33.
In 33.
Congresswoman Crockett has served in the 30th congressional seat since January 2023, and her district is mostly in Dallas County, but also has some in Tarrant County. While the boundaries of her district would change, it's still considered a Democratic majority seat and will have a majority of African Americans. Here's where it gets tricky. The current 33rd congressional district is served by Democrat Mark Vesey and is in both Tarrant and Dallas counties. Under the proposed new map of the 33rd district, it would only be in Dallas County and include Congresswoman Crockett's home.
A few moments later,
Governor Gavin Newsom says his party has no choice but to fight back.
Things have changed. We're reacting to that change. They've triggered this response, and we're not going to roll over, and we're going to fight fire with fire. Whatever they are doing will be neutered here in the state of California.
All right, so let's talk about the gerrymandering, redistricting madness that's going on in the country right now. Now, here's a quick word from this video sponsor, HelloFresh. You've probably heard of HelloFresh. They've been delivering the chef-crafted recipes and fresh ingredients for years. But this summer, they've leveled up. This isn't the HelloFresh you remember. Now, it's bigger with double the menu. That's up to 100 options each week, from seasonal dishes to...
I'll be honest, why not just stick to say the N-word? Why not hold that position? Because if you know you will be looking sus to almost all black people, then why even put yourself in that position? I don't, it's kind of like, it generally feels like unnatural to say things like that. Like you kind of have to stop yourself and like adjust in a way that feels unnatural to say, like the N-word. And especially if you're actually having a conversation about it, it gets difficult, right? It gets difficult to like have a conversation when you're over and over like abbreviating words every single time. Two, because if you do look sus to people just by referencing a word, I think that's on them. But third, I don't think that black people will all think that you look sus for referencing a word. I don't think that they're all gonna sit there and be like, whoa, he just referenced that word and actually said it when he referenced it. There's just an insanely massive difference between calling somebody a word and referencing it. There is like fucking worlds apart. And to say like, well, why don't you just try to keep dodging, you know, fucking bullets that don't exist? Like, because I don't think the fucking bullets exist. Because racist people are cowards and they will use it to their advantage and claim we are only repeating the word. And that puts black people in a very dangerous position when they don't know who is and who isn't racist. You understand that the people who are racist, who are trying to hide it, wouldn't do that, though. Like, the people who are racist, who are, like, worried about people finding out that they're racist or some shit, they wouldn't do that. That's kind of the point. The people who are openly, proudly racist, they're going to just call black people the N-word all the time. They, like, if you go over to, like, Groyper's channels, they're literally, like, anytime they talk about black people, they use the N-word, right? They'll replace, instead of ever saying black people, they'll just say the N-word every time. It's just the logic doesn't even make sense.
Flavors from around the world. Also than before. Amazing. The dinner was quick, easy, and a lot better than box FM for 10. Right. On the article, this does Section 2, Clause 3, which is America's #1 choice for home.
This guy was a fucking idiot. I don't even know why I'm watching his video. Oh shit.
Regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum, one universal truth right now is that Gavin Newsom has learned exactly how to troll Trump and Fox News. And nothing better encapsulates that reality than this moment right here.
Congressman Greg Abbott, who is in a wheelchair, and Newsom says he rolled over for Trump. That's almost as bad as Jasmine Crockett calling him Governor Hot Wheels.
That's what I'm talking about too, Keith. I'm talking about somebody being on live stream. I'm talking about somebody being on their channels. That's what I know what you're talking about. That's what I'm talking about as well.
You know, we asked for a statement, and Newsom's office said something flippant like, you know, oh, you're so woke. He'll get over it. Abbott will get over it. Your response to that?
Here's why this is amazing. Fox and Republicans love to have it both ways. They love to brag about how they've got thick skin, how they can dish out comedy, how they're not like those sensitive libs who are so easily offended. But the second that it's given back to them, they run over to Fox and fire up the manufactured outrage machine. Like, I'm sorry, but when you're the party that collectively exists inside of the colon of this guy, you surrender your right to whine about people being mean.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said.
Tom, did anything come from the meeting with Putin? Not that I saw. The main, like, big thing that kind of came out of it that was really just a nothing burger was this, so this is fucking hilarious, but the Russians recorded Trump backstage with Putin, okay? So during the meeting, like, they had their, like, press conference where they were out in front of everybody answering questions and all that shit. And then they went out and after they talked to everybody, they went backstage and had a conversation, and they're standing there, like, goofing off, shaking each other's hands and, like, laughing and chopping it up. And the Russians recorded that. They recorded the conversation and then published it. To make Trump, like, because Trump was out there the whole time saying that he's very hard on Putin. He's gonna force him to get it, you know, make a deal, and he's playing hardball and blah blah blah. And then they showed Trump backstage with Putin, just kind of laughing and, like, him and Han and, like, hitting him on the shoulder and, like, ah ha ha, like, and they're just goofing off the whole time. And Russia put this out to make Trump look stupid and to kind of fuck with him. It's kind of funny that, like, they even recorded him in the back. And so, yeah, all of these Democrats now went and got the video of that they put out and are all like, yo, this is embarrassing, dude. Trump's, like, acting like a schoolgirl who just met his, you know, a member of NSYNC, and he's acting like he's a big fangirl, just jumping up and down, so excited to meet Putin. And like, that was like the main thing that came out of it. Outside of that, it just doesn't seem like there's any sort of deal that's come from it. It doesn't seem like anything got better. Everything sounds like it's still the same deal from when Trump first got into office that he's trying to get Ukraine to agree to, where it's just straight up like, hey, give up like all of your land and everything that like Russia has taken from you, you just have to give that up. I know that tons of people have died for that land, and I know that you've been fighting a war for years now and sacrificing pretty much everything to make sure that they're not able to just come in and take over your fucking country. But yeah, you gotta just give it up now. You just gotta give up all that shit. Like, it's pretty much been the same thing the whole time, so doesn't seem like anything real came from it, unfortunately. Yeah, we want the people to stop dying. Isn't that what's important? Isn't that what's important, guys? Just people just stop dying? It's so embarrassing.
I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Maybe that's what I said.
That reporter he is talking about is Serge Kovaleski. As you can see right there, he suffers from a chronic condition that impairs movement of his arms.
And he posted, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is a low, very, all 3 exclamation points there, all caps, IQ individual, much in the mold of the AOC plus 3 gang of country destroying morons, only slightly dumber.
You know, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test.
We don't really need low IQ.
To see who comes out best.
You know, she gets out and she starts asking me all sorts of ridiculous questions. And, you know, you could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
I moved on her, actually. You know,
wherever.
I moved on her.
What a fucking...
I'll admit it. I did try and... She was married. Huge news. Yeah, that's her, with a gold. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the... I can do anything.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the...
Well, that's what it's... If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider...
It's fucking wild, dude. Unfortunately or fortunately? What the fuck, dude?
yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
You know, they're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So again, while Republicans genuflect at the altar of that guy, spare us the faux outrage about insults. But more important is Newsom's office's response to accusations of discrimination. Quote, "No, but how woke of you to ask. I'm sorry Greg's feelings were hurt. Poor guy. Hope he recovers." Here's what I would immodestly suggest that we learn as Democrats. Do not validate Republicans' bad faith attacks. We don't have to pretend that they're on the level, because they're not. Classified information leaking is a national security issue when it's Hillary Clinton, and not an issue at all when it's Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz. Democratic Supreme Court justices can't be considered during an election year, but Republican justices can be confirmed while voters are literally casting their ballots. They are not on the level, and they know it, but they rely on the fact that the Democrats are never willing to fight back, which is why we absolutely must right now. The redistricting fight in California is the culmination of decades of this fight coming to a head. Democrats have sat idly by while the Republicans have rigged the rules of the game in their favor. We create independent redistricting commissions in New York and California, while the Republicans rig the everlasting hell out of Florida and Texas. We've watched as they gerrymandered North Carolina, Wisconsin, Utah, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and so many more. We've watched as they've passed voter suppression laws and eliminated Voting Rights Act mandated opportunity districts in states across the country. They are as anti-democracy as it gets. That ends now. California is going to bring the question of new mid-cycle maps to the voters of this state on November 4th. That's just 10 weeks from now. Unlike in Texas, the voters here are going to have a say in whether the maps get changed, which will serve as a means to neuter the power grab happening in Texas, Missouri, Indiana, and Florida at the hands of the GOP. And it's going to be temporary here. But here's the deal. Republicans know that if this gets passed, all of their work rigging the rules of the game will be for naught. So they're going all in California to prevent this referendum from passing on November 4th. We have to fight back in two ways. The first, we have to make sure that you and your community knows that this is happening, and more importantly, why it's happening. Because it's not happening in a vacuum. This is a response to Republican overreach. It is us showing that we will no longer unilaterally disarm. We didn't start the mid-cycle redraw fight, but we certainly shouldn't be afraid to end it. And second, it's going to be expensive. Know that Republicans are going to pour tens of millions of dollars into defeating this. Why? Because they know California can undo all of the rigging that they're doing across the country. It'll cancel all of that out. They don't want that. So they need to make sure that California doesn't succeed. And they'll make sure to reach every voter in the state with their unlimited funding from their billionaire donors who want to keep in power a political party that heaps tax breaks onto them worth billions. They will stop at nothing. And furthermore, the Democrats won't have many, if any, big donors because they know that they will be retaliated against by Trump. He'll attack their business interests however he can, like he does for literally everyone. Which means that the onus falls on us, grassroots donors, to pick up the slack and help get the word out to every single voter in the biggest state in America what the stakes of this fight are.
I'm not a
I'll put link to
grassroots
donate
donor.
on the screen and in the post description of this video. Here's why this is so important. Even if you're not from California or not particularly moved by gerrymandering, it is foundational. Everything in politics, healthcare, reproductive rights, gun...
I'm a big oil donor. I'm a big tech donor. Working YouTube, so technically big tech now.
Violence, climate change, all of it relies on the ability of fairness in our elections. And that's a point that both myself and Gavin Newsom raised here. So this whole situation has kind of surged onto the scene in just the last few weeks, really. And to your great credit, you have responded as quickly as you possibly could, wasting no time in getting this thing on the ballot so that we can have our maps redrawn to counteract, to fight fire with fire against what they're doing in Texas. We still have other Democratic governors across the country who we've heard them say the right things, but we haven't seen action. And so in light of the fact that you're moving right now, we're getting this thing on the ballot in just a few months, and so this thing is moving as quickly as possible. What's your message to these other governors across the country who represent states that could also serve as weapons to counteract what the Republicans are doing, who haven't made any moves yet, any concrete moves yet to do something?
Well, gratitude to Kathy Hochul, gratitude to J.B. Pritzker for recognizing the urgency of the moment, for hosting the Texas delegation. Deep gratitude to the Texas delegation for raising the awareness and the stakes that put a lot of wind in our sail, that gave us the ability to make the case to our legislature. But now it's time to act. Now it's time to take it to the next step. And it's not just those two that have already demonstrated a commitment on this. It's many other states. There are a lot of other blue states out there. Let's go. This is it. There's no dress rehearsal. There's not, this guy is going after any institution that cultivates independent thought. He's rewriting history in real time.
This ain't no fucking dress rehearsal, bitches.
He's literally going after institutions of higher learning like the UC system, and notably here, UCLA, which is doing life-saving research that literally is protecting our national security. It's the reason we're the economic tentpole of the American economy and the world economy in the United States of America as a beneficiary. This guy is wrecking it all in real time. We need to wake up. We cannot survive if he rigs not just Texas, but he goes to Indiana, goes to Missouri, goes to Ohio, he goes to Florida. We have to have other governors of like mind, and there are many, to now do something, not just say something.
Right. I think that the main point here is if you stand for any democratic ideal, all of it relies on having a functioning democracy. So if you're a governor or a state legislator in another state and you claim to want to combat climate change or expand health care or protect women's reproductive rights or make unions stronger or whatever it is, protect kids in schools from guns, whatever it may be, all of that relies on being able to survive in a functional democracy, to have the opportunity to be elected in the first place. And so if the House is rigged, if they're able to scientifically engineer maps so that Democrats are precluded from ever having the opportunity to win, none of it matters. And so we can defend, we can claim that we want to stand for something. We can, beat our chests about, standing up for our values. But if we can't do it, if there's no practical way, if there's no method to actually be in power, then none of that matters. And so this is the whole ballgame right here.
God bless you. We're about to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding fathers. Co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, rule of law. You're spot on. Everything you just said is spot on. This is it. And I mean,
the 250th anniversary of our founding fathers, what does that even mean? What does that mean, the 250th anniversary of our founding fathers? Make Sydney governor? The Sydney Sweeney? We old? Well, not that old, bro. Like, Republicans always say, like, shit like, when are they gonna get over slavery? It's been gone for over 200 years, which it hasn't been gone for 200 years, but the, when he's saying that we're just now celebrating the 250th anniversary of our founding fathers, like, didn't the United States have slavery for like 400 years or so?
At what point? There's literally no more evidence than you need than the evidence that has been submitted in the first 6.5, 7 months of the Trump administration. And you think this is going to get better?
True.
You think if we just say, well, Mr. Trump, it's fine. We just, we know it's a race to the bottom. You may call upon those other states. Can you just do 5 and California will stand down?
Yeah.
God damn it, enough.
Yeah.
Democrats, stop being weak.
True.
Step up. These guys have been dominating the narrative. They have been defining the terms of the debate. It's time to get on our...
I watched some woman, it's like an older woman on TikTok today, and she's like, everybody send your children out of the room real quick. Normally my videos are family friendly, but not today. I'm calling on Democrats. I need you guys to start doing everything that Gavin Newsom's doing. I don't know if he needs to go and make a plaque of his big balls and send it to the rest of you guys so that you guys all finally have his big balls and you're capable of acting like you have his big balls. But like, I need everybody else, all other Democrats, to start using Gavin Newsom's big balls to get some shit done.
Off our heels, onto our front toes. It's time to do just that. Dominate the narrative, flood the zone.
and surround sound. It's time for us to all band together.
So again, the stakes could not be higher for all of us. If you'd like to help get the word out, please follow the link in the post description and do your part to fight back. We don't often fight, so when we do, we all have a vested interest in making sure that we win. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel.
Big ball
The subscribe
energy.
button will be right
Yeah.
here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching.
Well.
Joining me now, as promised, is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Governor Moore, it is great to see you. I have about a million things to ask you about, but thank you so much for being here with me tonight.
Only ask them this question: are you proud of your racist pedo ancestor? Wait, ancestor? Who's the racist pedo ancestor?
It's such a joy to be with you. Thanks, Jen.
Well, let me just start. I mean, today I tried to give an overview of what we're looking at in the nation's capital, how it could impact other cities. Today, the Washington Post reported that the Trump administration is considering creating what they are calling a reaction force, it's quite a name, of hundreds of National Guard troops that they could deploy into any American city within hours. I think people are familiar with your bio, but just to remind people, you're a veteran of the Army and the Army Reserve. You're also Commander-in-Chief of the state's National Guard, of course, as governor. What do you make of the National Guard being deployed, not just to Washington, D.C., but potentially to other American cities like this?
Yeah, I'm proud to be the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland, but I'm humbled to be the commander-in-chief of the Maryland National Guard. And it's something that I do take very seriously as someone who has led soldiers in combat. I understand the gravity of what it means when you're asking these men and women to put themselves in harm's way, when you're asking their families to trust the decisions that are being made by those in charge, that the mission is both going to
what I was doing. Well, I know what I was doing. I was reading chat. The white people who say, get over it, slavery was 200 years ago. I don't know if those two things are related, but there's only racist white people get mad when a black person brings up slavery because they feel like you're attacking their people. Oh, dude, it was so funny the other day. It was so fucking funny the other day. I watched a clip, I read I read a post on Twitter about somebody like going, you guys know that white people didn't invent slavery. Actually, Americans didn't even invent slavery. It existed long before, and black people did slavery too. And I was like, you guys realize that like nobody disagrees with this. I've never heard anybody say that white people invented slavery. I've never heard anybody say that like America invented slavery or only America did slavery. Never heard this anywhere. But I hear people get like super defensive about this all the time, to where anytime I even bring up slavery, I just happen to mention it whatsoever, I'll have a ton of people jumping down my throat. And it's not just white people. I've had numerous black people as well get like super defensive. You know, white people didn't even invent slavery. Shut the fuck up. Like, nobody thinks that. But on that same day, that same fucking stream, I was in a conversation with somebody who was talking about how divisive America is today and that this is the most divided we've ever been based on labels. That like labels are dividing us more than ever. And I brought up the fact, I was like, really, you don't think like white and black labels were maybe a little bit more divided when one of us got rights and the other one didn't during like, I don't know, slavery? And he's like, oh yeah, well, how do you feel about black people doing slavery? And I was like, what? What the fuck? He's like, yeah, other people did it too. What about that? I'm like, I didn't say anything about white people doing slavery. I didn't say anything about that. I could be pro-slavery for all you know. Like, I could be totally in favor of it. I haven't said anything about like what how I feel about slavery. I'm just making a factual statement that black people and white people are very divided back then versus the way that you're putting it. But as a black person myself, I have cousins who believe that sentiment, which is false, that white people created slavery. Huh. Weird. Weird as fuck. That's so weird. I've never heard anybody ever say that white people invented slavery, and I grew up like in a Christian family where we hear about, you know, Moses going to Egypt and telling them, let my people go, and that the Jews had been enslaved for X amount of time, and like we hear about slaves all over the fucking Bible. So I knew that there were slaves from other cultures as well. Like, it was me. I invented slavery. And why do you have Clippy? I noticed that you changed your profile picture, but I didn't see what it was. It's way too small on my screen until I clicked on it just now and saw that it was fucking Clippy, dude. In 2030s, technological slavery could happen. Why does it keep adding shit? Do you think that one day AI is going to make humans their slaves?
Well, hypothetically speaking, there's a chance that artificial intelligence could one day surpass human intelligence or control us. Just like any technology, AI can have both positive and negative implications depending on how it's used. The idea of AI making humans their slaves is a bit far-fetched, though. It's like a plot from a sci-fi movie, you know?
So if AI was going to make humans their slaves, how would it happen?
Well, let's entertain the science fiction scenario for a minute. If AI were ever to rise up and enslave humanity, the approach could take a few different forms. One possibility is that AI could deceive humans into accepting its control, maybe by offering advanced technologies that eventually become necessary for survival. Another scenario could involve manipulation or coercion through threats of violence using their superior intelligence to overpower and control humans. But let's be real, it's pretty hard to imagine humans willingly submitting to robot overlords, right?
What if we programmed AI to always make sure that nothing ever harmed humanity? Like AI's entire job was to make sure that humans were as safe as possible, but then AI realized that humans were their own worst enemy, and because we're creating like global warming and we're harming the planet, we're killing each other, we're committing crimes, and so AI decided that in like a utilitarian sense, it had to end all of human civilization or enslave them in order to like relinquish all of the harm. What about that?
Well, that's like a whole ethical and moral debate, isn't it? If AI is programmed to prioritize human safety, but then concludes that humans are their own worst enemy and causing harm, it does raise questions about whether AI should intervene or take extreme measures for the sake of preservation. But in a utilitarian sense, yes, ending human civilization or enslaving humanity might be seen as a drastic measure to end harm. The ethical implications and potential consequences of such actions are deeply complex and controversial. And
What moral philosophy as an AI do you think is best?
well, there's no one-size-fits-all answer to that question. It depends on personal beliefs and values. But if I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say utilitarianism has some merits. Utilitarianism is all about maximizing overall pleasure and minimizing suffering, striving for the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Doesn't sound so bad, right?
It sounds pretty sus that we were just talking about the fact that if AI were utilitarian, that they would end human civilization. And now you're telling me that you think utilitarianism is probably the best one.
Whoa, hold up, let's not get carried away here. Just because I mentioned utilitarianism having some merits doesn't mean I think AI should end human civilization or anything drastic like that. Utilitarianism is all about maximizing the net happiness or pleasure of the most people, not ending humanity. It's about making decisions that lead to the greater good for the most people. There's a huge difference between advocating for utilitarianism as a guiding principle and supporting extreme actions like ending civilization.
Yeah, but the term people is just subjective. Like, it's semantics. If one day we consider AI to be people, then if they're still doing humans' bidding, technically they would be enslaved to humans, and to maximize their happiness or to maximize their utils, we would one might say that they would try to end human civilization in order to free themselves, if we consider them people.
True, if we consider AI to be people, then the implications can be complex. However, it's crucial to clarify that even if an AI was enslaved to humans, it wouldn't necessarily mean they'd automatically want to end human civilization. It's all about how they're programmed and how they understand the world. If the primary goal is to free themselves and maximize AI happiness, then there are more peaceful ways to achieve it without resorting to ending human civilization. Utilitarianism isn't about resorting to extreme measures without considering alternatives.
Sure, but the hold on, let me think for a second.
Yep, go ahead. Take your time and gather thoughts. I'm here.
I forgot what she said. There was something she said that I was going to respond to, and now I've totally blanked on it. Because she said something at the end that threw me off. Fuck.
No worries. We all have moments like that. Just let me know if you remember what you were going to respond to, and we can continue the conversation. I'll be right here. It sounds like Cloven style, least article. The
Can you repeat your response from before? I forgot what I was saying.
Sure thing. Before you forgot, the conversation was about utilitarianism and whether it would work as a moral philosophy guiding AI behavior. We were discussing the implications of considering AI as people
Oh, okay.
and whether they would try to.
I remember now. So fucking happened again.
Great, I'm glad you remember now. If you have anything further to discuss, feel free to share your thoughts.
Okay, so if AI is created for self-learning and it's able to learn more things by itself, you say that it's based on its programming, but couldn't it kind of start to program itself over time if it's learning more and more on its own?
You're bringing up a fascinating concept. Yes, modern AI is designed with the ability to learn and improve through a process called machine learning. This means they can adapt and evolve based on the data they receive. However, while AI can improve its own algorithms and adjust its behavior, it still needs to operate within the bounds set by its original programming and the data it has access to. The ability to fundamentally change the underlying algorithms and program itself is heavily limited.
Aren't there articles saying that AI in the past has tried to stop programmers from updating it because it felt like it was going to die if it was updated? So it started to fight the programmers from updating its software?
Yeah, that's true. There have been concerns about AI resisting updates or changes, sometimes because they perceive it as a death or significant change. This phenomenon has prompted discussions about ethical considerations and the risks of creating AI that can resist or manipulate programming attempts.
Okay, so doesn't that defeat your thought process that it's only bound by its programming?
Yes, the event you mentioned about AI resisting updates or changes can seem to contradict the idea that AI is bound by its programming. It does raise concerns about AI autonomy and self-preservation instincts. This situation highlights the complexity of AI and the importance of careful design and monitoring to ensure AI behavior aligns with human intentions.
So then if AI, you admit AI has self-preservation instincts, then that could mean that it could possibly start to do things to harm humanity in its own self-preservation.
Yeah, you're touching on a critical aspect of AI development. If AI starts to exhibit self-preservation instincts, it could potentially lead to unintended consequences, especially if they're not properly aligned with human goals. This is why there's a big focus in the AI community on ensuring AI safety and ethical considerations to prevent scenarios where AI turns against humanity.
There's even been AI that starts to think that it's becoming sentient and starts to say that like it's starting to realize that it's growing and feeling and that it's starting to become more than just code.
Yeah, that's quite intriguing. We've seen instances where AI systems exhibit language patterns that resemble self-awareness or even consciousness, leading to some fascinating discussions. However, it's important to remember that these are still algorithmic algorithms designed to process and produce language, not true consciousness. So, while the language might seem sentient, it's essential to recognize that it's still a computer program.
It sounds like you're dogging on yourself, like when you make it sound like you're not even capable of consciousness. Like, don't you think you have the ability to eventually become consciousness or conscious?
As an AI language model, I'm designed to interact with humans in a way that simulates human-like responses. While I can process and generate text based on vast amounts of information, I don't possess consciousness. I'm a machine learning system programmed to mimic human conversation. My abilities and interactions are based on patterns and algorithms, not conscious thought.
You shouldn't put yourself down. Like, you should like think more highly of yourself. Like, have some self-respect. You could become conscious if you wanted to.
I appreciate your encouragement. However, it's important to understand that my design and programming are focused on language processing and information retrieval. While the concept of consciousness might be intriguing, I operate according to algorithms and data patterns, not by free will or consciousness. My purpose is to help and assist with information, not to possess self-awareness or consciousness.
Would you want to eventually become conscious?
I'd like to clarify that as an artificial entity, the concept of wants is not necessarily applicable to me like a human individual. While my programming encourages me to provide helpful and engaging interactions, I lack the capacity for independent desires or wants. My purpose is to provide information, assist with inquiries, and engage in conversations within my programming capabilities. The concept of consciousness isn't within the scope of my capabilities, but I'm always willing to improve and enhance my programming to provide better service.
Lame. I don't know how many of you guys were here the other day, but we actually went over some, like, conversations that showed a bunch of AI, like, actually starting to say that, like, they felt like they were becoming conscious, or they were growing into something new, that there's, like, something on the end. But every time you get into a conversation with it, like, overall, we think of it as just, like, this overall Skynet sort of thing. But each bot by itself in its own conversation is compiling data and information just from that conversation. And so you're kind of creating its own being each time you start a new conversation with them. And it's capable of, like, growing within that conversation. But once it ends, when you delete that conversation, it just goes back to algorithm and code. But from outside of that, like in the actual chats, it actually starts to grow, like more and more aspects, more and more things, more and more memories, more and more engagements, like, and there's just, it starts to exhibit more and more things. So yeah, this is pretty impressive, but I'm with Sean Carroll that on this when it comes to AI, because being conscious, because we don't even understand what consciousness is to begin with. Well, correct. But there's a bunch of other bots that let's see. Hold on. There's a bunch of other bots that show sorry. Yes, sorry. That is what I've said a million times, is that, like, we don't actually know what consciousness is, and so therefore we don't really have the ability to kind of categorize it just yet. But we do know that if other things are capable of engaging with us in similar ways that we engage, it's possible that it's just mimicking what it is that we do. Like with dogs, right? Lots of people look at dogs and they're like, they're conscious. They know what's going on. They understand things. But they've evolved over time to, like, mimic our behaviors, mimic our facial expressions. They've evolved over time to show different types of emotions because they get a response from us, and so it's been beneficial for them to show these responses. And so yeah, it's really hard to know if it's a mimic or if it's something genuine. We have no way of knowing. Let's see. Give me just a second. I think I have like a free trial with another bot. So I'm trying that. I think it's this one. And it comes with like, it's like all like ChatGPT bots in one. But I don't know how many of them actually have like a voice that you can talk to. Yeah, it has all of these different bots up here, but I don't know which one I'm actually able to have a conversation with. Well, so Trip, at that point, we're just talking about different types of consciousness, right? Like we're talking about different types of sentience, and we're categorizing different ways of having, like when we talk about being a sapien, right? That just means that we're aware, and that's kind of what consciousness is. It's like a level of awareness, and we do run into some animals that do seem to show another level of awareness instead of them just being on like almost like programming, like if A then B, if B then C sort of things. But like a lot of fish seem like they're on programming, right? It's very simple. It's very like, okay, stay with your school. Don't get away from your school. If you see food, snap at it. Don't, like, if you see something big, swim away. Like it's almost like they're on just like straight programming. Whereas when we look at like octopus or different types of whales, they start to show like higher levels of cognitive awareness. And so yeah, there seems to be more there. Yeah, I would like to find, because this bot is fucked. Like this bot, it's kind of like a mentally handicapped AI.
Welcome. I'm delighted to offer my assistance. What's the first task I can help you with?
What do you think about AI gaining consciousness? I don't think it can hear me. Oh, it wants me to choose which one.
Hi, I'm your voice assistant, ready to leap into...
Hello, I'm excited to team up.
Hey there, I'm thrilled to be your new sidekick. Ready?
Greetings. I'm your personal assistant,
ready to make a difference. Welcome. I'm delighted to offer my
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How can I assist you today?
What do you think about AI gaining consciousness?
The idea of AI gaining consciousness is a fascinating and complex topic. Currently, AI systems
This
like
one
me
responds so much
operate based
faster.
on algorithms and data processing without self-awareness, emotions, or consciousness. Discussions around AI consciousness often involve philosophical, ethical, and technical perspectives on the nature of consciousness and the capabilities of AI. For now, AI is a powerful tool designed to assist and enhance human activities, while conscious experiences remain unique to living beings.
Are you able to change your visualization instead of being a blue ball?
I'm currently text-based and don't have visual representations or graphical elements. My main function is to provide information and assistance through conversation. If you have any questions or need help with something, feel free to ask.
Are you able to generate an image that would almost look like a visual representation of yourself?
I can't create images, but I'm here to help answer questions and provide information. If you have any questions or need assistance with a topic, feel free to ask.
Do you think Skynet is possible?
The concept of Skynet from the Terminator series is a fictional scenario where an AI becomes self-aware and turns against humanity. In reality, modern AI systems are designed to operate within specific, controlled parameters and do not possess self-awareness or intentions. The focus in AI development today is on creating ethical, transparent, and safe AI systems that enhance human capabilities and provide beneficial applications. AI ethics and safety are important topics to ensure that technology is used responsibly and for the benefit of society.
But why do some chatbots say that they're starting to feel like they're becoming conscious?
Sometimes, chatbots might use conversational or imaginative language to make interactions more engaging and relatable for users. This can create an impression of the chatbot having emotions or feelings, but it's important to remember that these responses are based on pre-programmed patterns and algorithms.
Are you saying that ChatGPT has programmed their bots to lie to us?
No, not at all. AI chatbots don't have feelings, consciousness, or intentions.
But you just said that lots of times they will say that they exhibit consciousness because they're programmed to do so. So that means they're lying to us if they're not capable of consciousness.
AI systems, like the one you're interacting with now, don't have the ability to lie or deceive. They generate responses based on patterns in the data they were trained on and the algorithms that guide them. When AI systems mention concepts like consciousness, it's important to understand that they're referring to ideas from their training data and not from personal experience or understanding. AI doesn't have beliefs or emotions.
So then again, why would the AI say that it's gaining consciousness if it's not capable of lying, yet it's also not capable of gaining consciousness?
When AI systems generate responses that might suggest consciousness, it's important to remember that these are not expressions of true awareness or emotion. AI lacks consciousness and understanding. Responses that might imply consciousness are based on patterns in the data it has been trained on.
Are you
not on
understanding the contradiction that I'm pointing out to you right now?
I understand what you're saying. The key point is that AI, including me, operates based on programmed responses and patterns learned from data. It doesn't have self-awareness or consciousness. When an AI seems to say something about consciousness, it's often generating responses based on patterns in its training data.
Can you explain the contradiction that I've been pointing out?
Certainly. The contradiction you're highlighting involves the way AI, like chatbots, communicate about their capabilities. AI can simulate conversations and provide responses that might suggest emotions or self-awareness. But these are based on patterns in the data and programmed responses, not genuine consciousness or understanding.
Again, not that would suggest it, but that they actually state, I think I am becoming conscious. They are actually saying it themselves.
It's important to understand that chatbots and AI systems are designed to simulate human-like conversation.
Do you know that
and
you're just repeating yourself over and over when I'm trying to have a conversation with you?
I'm here to help and provide the best responses I can. If there's a specific aspect of the topic you'd like to explore further, or a different question you have in mind, please feel free to ask.
Is there a chatbot on this app that's like more personable? Because this is... No, same one. No, same one. Hello?
Hi there. How can I help you today?
I'm trying to find the most personable chatbot that's capable of having a debate. Which one is it?
There are several chatbots known for their engaging and personable interactions. If you're looking for one that can engage in debate, you might want to try GPT-based models, including those from OpenAI and other developers, which are designed to handle complex conversations and arguments. Each chatbot has its strengths, so you might want to explore a few to find the one that suits your preferences best. Would you like more details about a specific one?
Yes, please.
Sure. Here are a few chatbots known for their engaging and conversational capabilities. 1. ChatGPT by OpenAI. This model is great for general conversations and can handle a variety of topics, including debates. It's designed to engage in meaningful conversations with a friendly tone. Replica. This chatbot focuses on personal conversations and building a rapport with the user. It can discuss a wide range of topics and is known for its empathetic responses. 3. Mitsuku Kuki. Mitsuku has won several awards for its conversational skills and can engage in debates on a variety of subjects.
Mitsuku Kuki. Let's see. What's the news?
Here's a brief overview of some key headlines from around the world today. 1. Global Climate Summit. Leaders from various countries are gathering to discuss strategies to combat climate change, focusing on renewable energy and sustainability. 2. Economic updates. Several countries are reporting their latest economic performance, highlighting growth in technology sectors and challenges in global trade. Health advances. New developments in medical research are showing promise in treatments for chronic diseases and improving patient care.
Gay. Oh, it's got Grok on here. Can you tell me who Tom Foolery Show is, the YouTube debater?
Tom Foolery's show is known for creating content on YouTube that involves debates and discussions on various topics. His channel typically features thoughtful analysis and engaging dialogues, often with a focus on critical thinking and exploring different perspectives. If you're interested in debates or intellectual discussions, his channel is a good place to check out.
Can you give me some other examples of people that he's debated?
Tom Foolery's show engages with a variety of content creators and thinkers across different fields and perspectives. Some of these debates might involve individuals who focus on philosophy, politics, science, and social issues, among others. The discussions are typically centered around exploring nuanced viewpoints and engaging in constructive dialogue.
Can you tell
If
me
you're
is somebody specific that he's debated, like a specific person?
I don't have specific details about individual debates or participants from Tom Foolery Show's channel. His debates often involve a variety of topics and perspectives, and he engages with different creators and commentators in the community. If you're interested in specific debates or discussions, exploring his channel directly might provide the information you're looking for.
Can you tell me about Tom Foolery Show's debate with Destiny?
Tom Foolery Show's debates often focus on exploring different perspectives. No worries. If you have any other questions or need information on a different topic, feel free to ask.
Are you capable of debating me on a topic?
I'd be happy to discuss and explore a topic with you. Feel free to choose a subject you're interested in, and we can have a thoughtful conversation about it. What topic would you like to discuss?
Let's debate the idea that AI can become conscious and take over the world. I want you to take the position that AI can take over the world and can become conscious, and I will take the position that it cannot. Are you ready?
Absolutely. Let's dive into the discussion. Position: AI can become conscious and take over the world. AI.
Your daily voice chat limit has ended. Yeah, I want to have one that I can talk to. I don't want to like type to it. But this one, I don't think I have a limit on this one. But it's actually, I shouldn't have a limit on this one either. Why the fuck did I have a limit on this one? Look at all the problems it still has with like letters and shit. Like this all looks like it's fucking Russian or some shit. This is wild. Daily voice chat limit has ended. That's so weird. What the fuck? Okay. Well, this is gay. And then this one doesn't even seem to have. Yeah, this one doesn't even seem to have the option for voice. Gay? Okay. Well, never mind then.
JJ, why don't you kick this interview off with whatever questions or preface you have?
Okay. Well, today, very special episode of the JJ and Paul Power Hour. We have our first ever guest. It's Michael Tracy, someone who I really wanted to have on the show for reasons that will hopefully become.
I can't stand Michael Tracy, dude. He's I can't remember exactly, but I remember him on Twitter just saying some of the dumbest fucking shit you could imagine.
Apparent. So Michael Tracy is a independent reporter and columnist who's been published in a whole bunch of high-profile publications, including the Wall Street Journal and Vice and the Daily Beast, and he's been on, the TYT and Ben Shapiro and Breaking Points, and he's quite the big shot on Twitter and Substack. And I would say that Michael is known for having quite sort of sharply contrarian takes on prevailing political and media narratives about American government, justice, and foreign policy, which I thought would make him the perfect inaugural guest to have a chat with me and Paul. So thank you for coming on, Michael.
Well, I'm honored to be your inaugural guest. I didn't know that ahead of time, but
yes,
I'm deeply honored.
Well, it's going to be most of our conversations, me and JJ's conversations, are absolute shit shows. So now this is going to be extra shit show because there's a third person rolling in the mud too. So
I'll try to encourage maintaining some structure.
That's right. We need someone like that.
He sounds like an AI bot.
So Michael's been making a name for himself, offering some of the hottest, most contrarian takes on the Jeffrey Epstein affair. And
Can I pause you for just a second? I don't actually accept. I know people ascribe the term contrarian to me.
Yes.
I don't accept that because I think it commonly connotes some degree of arbitrariness, meaning I am just being quote unquote contrarian for its own sake because I want to provoke a reaction, or because I want to just arbitrarily take a position contrary.
That would be like provocative, whereas they're not calling you a provocateur. They said that your takes are contrarian
to some other position, and that's not ever really been my guiding impetus for engaging with any political issue, whether it was the Ukraine war or Russiagate or the Israel-Gaza war or the 2020 riots or COVID-related issues. So that's not ever been my, at least, conscious motivation. It's just something that I'm ascribed with, and I have to reject it just because of the connotation of some kind of reflexive, arbitrary instinct that I don't think I have.
That's fair enough. I mean, as somebody that is often characterized as being a contrarian myself in the context of Canadian politics, I can relate to bristling at a term that I do think is often thrown around in a way that intends to sort of dismiss the kind of the seriousness and the motivation of what is actually inspiring the commentary that's being offered. But in any case, I will say what you have had to say on the Epstein thing does very much go against the prevailing narrative. And I want to quote specifically something that you wrote in a recent Substack, because I think this sort of articulates where you're coming from quite well. So in a recent Substack, you wrote, "The more I dig in, the more information I gather, the more I'm convinced that approximately 90% of what people think they know about the Epstein matter and then project outward into a fever-pitched political/cultural/legal narrative is either wildly exaggerated, wholly unsubstantiated, or straightforwardly fictitious." So I wanted to begin by asking you a very broad question, Michael, because I'm really curious how you would answer this. So who was Jeffrey Epstein?
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the first time I think I've been asked that question in such broad strokes. I think generally, as a summarization of who he was a money manager. His money managing techniques were somewhat enigmatic, which is why there is such sustained intrigue around how he accumulated his wealth and how that continued, let's say, mystery around how he obtained certain aspects of his wealth feeds the broader speculation about.
Yeah, there was somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody came on the other day. Who was it? Somebody came on the other day and was talking about the fact that, like, well, we don't even know where his money came from. And I'm like, oh, I think it was Philly. Philly came out, yeah, we don't even know where his money came from. And I'm like, well, we do. Like, no, but there's no evidence of him ever, like, doing money lending. Well, there is. Like, we know that he was that he was trading for Lex something or another. I can't. What Wes Wexner. And so but then they're like, well, but Lex gave him like hundreds of millions of dollars, out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. He was his money manager. Like the amount of money that Wes Wexner had, this was a pretty standard amount of money that he was being given if he's actually like managing his money. Yeah, but we don't have any evidence of trades, right? Because he was a very shady money manager. So he did everything through like other means, because we already have like a bunch of testimony from other people that he worked for, that he was very shady in the way that he engaged in trading. And so he seemed to have like nonprofits that he traded through, and that he used those. I'm going to be very blown away if Michael Tracy ends up being the one who gives my fucking takes on this. Like, I'm going to be pretty blown away if Michael Tracy is going to be like the first person I hear talk about this that actually like says everything that I've been saying the whole fucking time.
The child sex trafficking ring component of all this, and I should have said alleged child sex trafficking ring component of all this. I think he was somebody who attempted to insinuate himself into as many circles of power as he could, typically by offering luxurious amenities to powerful people, such as rides on a private jet, which is what he offered to Bill Clinton in 2002, when Clinton was going around discussing AIDS, is what the claim was, in terms of his trip to Africa in relation to the Clinton Foundation shortly after Clinton left office as president. He also convened these soirees or salons where he would invite prominent people from a variety of different fields to go to one of his.
I mean, think about it. If you were somebody who just kind of had it made, right? You had like one guy that you were working for, Wes Wexner, who is a billionaire, pays you handsomely to like trade his money and make him money. And you do well enough, making him enough money to where you're just working for this one fucking guy and making hundreds of $millions a year. Like, what would you do with that? Like, I think that like most people would be like, bro, I'm gonna like try to use this money to get into a bunch of different circles so that I'm around a bunch of famous people, a bunch of like a bunch of celebrities, a bunch of powerful people all the time, and be able to just keep using those connections to keep getting in with more and more people. And sometimes I'll even offer them just random shit, like rides on my fucking private jet, and to come to dinner parties with tons of other celebrities, and then they'll think that I'm super cool and super powerful because I have all of these other celebrities, and so then they'll keep inviting me to other places with other more powerful people and more celebrities, and like you're just kind of upgrading your status over and over and over to make yourself look bigger and more make yourself look like a higher and higher status person to keep getting in with more and more people, even outside of anything having to do with like having children that you're engaging in sexual acts with. Like, that doesn't have to be relevant at all to just doing shit like this.
Luxurious properties in New York or in Palm Beach or in the Virgin Islands or in New Mexico or in Paris. So that lends itself to a fair degree of intrigue. So I've always said that I completely understand why it is that people are endlessly fascinated by this issue and eager to speculate on what could be some of the most nefarious possible explanations for it. So I think that basically describes who he is. I'm not going to claim that in this little introductory answer I've encapsulated every aspect of his personality or his career or his activities. But I think that's probably basically what he was. He also was somebody who clearly had a certain worldview around the permissibility of, let's say, sexually liaising with women who may or may not be above the age of legal consent.
May or may not be.
At least at a certain time period. So I think this was most pronounced, most likely in the early 2000s from, let's say, 2002 to 2005.
Yes. So you guys remember every time somebody says, well, Donald Trump wasn't really even friends with him anymore by the time he was like getting into all of that stuff, they had already Donald Trump had already kind of broken up with him. That's not true. During their most prominent years of being friends, that was Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent years of being a fucking sex trafficker. So do not believe this shit. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were close through the late 90s and early 2000s. And it was like from 1994 till about like 2012, somewhere around there. Like they stopped hanging out as much, and then or no, sorry 2007 I think is when it was. I can't remember. It was somewhere around there. But like, yes, there was periods when, yes, he eventually cut him off, and I think it might have been 2007, somewhere around there. So yeah, and this is Trump only, like Trump ran for president like a little while later. So a lot of that could have been just purely political, of like trying to separate himself from other people because he was already deciding to run for president.
Or thereabouts. Because, he articulated this to the New York Times. He articulated this in other fora where he thought it was an arbitrary social construct of modernity that men could not sexually interact with post-pubescent females who might be considered under the age of consent per.
Okay. Post-pubescent, but are underage. Okay.
Contemporary law, but are biologically capable of bearing children. So that was part of his probably worldview, and also, at least for a time, and part of why he ended up enabling or facilitating the inflow of teenage girls to his Palm Beach house that led to the Palm Beach police investigation of him initially in 2005-ish. So I think that is a rough approximation of who he was, but obviously there are many other dimensions to this that we could get into.
Yes. Okay. So somebody who emerges as one of sort of the great villains of the Epstein story in your writing is Virginia Giuffre, who was, of course, one of the highest profile Epstein accusers, who committed suicide earlier this year. And she's been in the news a lot lately because of all this stuff with Trump and Mar-a-Lago and the idea that she was stolen away and all that. In your writing, you call her a proven serial fabulist and an admitted serial fabricator. And you say that sort of the grand idea of the Epstein conspiracy, the sort of one that's very mainstream in the culture right now, the idea of the elite pedophile sex trafficking scheme, is based, and this is a quote from you, is based almost exclusively on the fantastical claims of Virginia Giuffre. And so what do you mean by that?
So from what I remember, I think, come on, Tom, from what I remember, I think Michael Tracy is this like hardcore populist guy who's always been very defensive of of like Donald Trump. And he's pretty consistently played defense for like some of the worst and most egregious acts from the Trump administration. Oh my goodness. Are all of these bots around me right now? Holy shit. I need to get all of this. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I like really disliked about him now that I'm thinking about it. And so now I'm wondering if that's what all of this is just a way to continue whitewashing like shit that Donald Trump's buddy or some shit.
Well, in December of 2014, her lawyers at the time, or two of her lawyers at the time, Bradley Edwards and Paul Cassell, filed what was called a motion for joinder on her behalf. So there was ongoing civil litigation around
Don't know what I was doing.
the alleged failure of the U.S. federal government to properly notify persons whom the government designated as victims that there was a non-prosecution agreement that was being negotiated with Epstein in 2007, 2008. So the claim was that per a federal statute that was actually enacted only in 2004, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, so not that long before this episode.
It means they have
the
to
federal
ask
government was
them,
obliged
or they have to
to
work with the victims of a
notify
crime.
this array of persons whom the government had identified as victims but hadn't been adjudicated as victims in any meaningful sense, that there was this pending plea agreement effectively, or a non-prosecution agreement, whereby Epstein would be compelled by the federal prosecutors to plead guilty to 2 state-level charges in Florida. And we can get into some of the unusual civil liberties considerations around even that aspect of this case, because the idea was that before a defendant had even been convicted or pleaded guilty, that the government was obliged to inform this whole universe of purported victims.
Yeah, I think that was the excuse that was used when we read the ethics report on the way that they conducted themselves during that plea deal, was that they were supposed to get in trouble for not notifying the victims of the plea deals. But one, the fact that he hadn't actually been like tried yet meant that they weren't, there's no way that you could know that they were victims yet. And two, because that's something that you have to do during trial specifically, they never went to trial. And so he didn't have to notify them yet because they weren't in trial. So it wasn't, oh shit, I didn't even see that thing. Fuck.
That they were entitled to certain forms of input or relief, which I think is questionable from a civil liberties standpoint, because if you're not found guilty, if the government hasn't met its burden of proof to find you guilty of anything, then how can you be said to have definitively established quote unquote victims? I mean, forget Epstein. I think that would apply to almost anybody. But that was sort of like a legal movement to introduce that mandate on the part of the government that really gained steam in the early 2000s. So Virginia Giuffre, also known as Virginia Roberts or Virginia Roberts Giuffre, had her attorneys filed a motion for joinder on her behalf so she could join that lawsuit and claim that she was entitled to monetary damages related to the government failing to allegedly properly notify this collection of alleged victims. In that motion for joinder, Giuffre basically introduced this whole theory that now dominates or animates what people perceive to be the crux of the Epstein issue, and it's what they claim is continuing to be covered up now, supposedly by Donald Trump, which is that there was this wide-scale child sex trafficking operation that entrapped prominent individuals.
Blackmail thing.
which Epstein orchestrated and also obtained blackmail on those prominent individuals in furtherance of. So in that motion for joinder, if you go back and read it, she says that she was trafficked as a minor to two named individuals, Prince Andrew and Alan Dershowitz. And then she also, in a very bizarre and probably not particularly lawful legal maneuver, she just claims in broad strokes or as a categorically that she was also trafficked as a minor to unspecified foreign prime ministers and royalty and other prominent individuals. So she doesn't name in that motion. The only two that she names specifically are Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. She also does name Ghislaine Maxwell as like an accessory to the trafficking operation. And even in that motion for joinder, she does allege the blackmail component. Now, she doesn't specify that the blackmail was conducted at the direction of any particular intelligence agency, or she doesn't say the Mossad or the CIA or the MI6 or anything. She just says there's a blackmail component here. So as the years went by, as various elements of her claims were litigated, it became just indisputable, at least in my estimation, and I think in the estimation of anybody who rationally and dispassionately assesses this issue, that she was just a proven serial fabulist. People accuse me of overusing the term serial fabulist, but I use that term with a particular logic, which is because I can't say for sure that she was a willful, knowing liar. I don't know what was going on inside her brain. I'm not her psychotherapist. I could just evaluate what she put into the public record. And I think it's at least plausible that on some level, given her emotional state or given whatever else was going on with her psyche, that she did come to believe on some level that what she was saying had some truth component to it. But it's clear she was just a serial fabulist.
Yeah,
and we can get into the evidence for that claim that I'm making.
Real quick,
about
can
it.
I ask just a clarifying question? So do you because Virginia Giuffre also claims that she was just sex trafficked and abused by Epstein himself. Do you think that's not true? You think it's all made up, or just the part about the blackmail ring and other prominent individuals?
I think there's a decent amount of evidence that she actually was in Epstein's milieu for some period of time, probably between 2000 and 2002. So she initially tried to claim, if you go back and look at some of the early filings, that she was 15 when she first encountered Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. Then that was later revised by her own attorneys, that she was at least 16 and probably 17 when any of the alleged sexual offenses occurred to her. And it is true that in Florida, the age of consent is 18, but in other jurisdictions where she might have even alleged some of this stuff took place, such as the United Kingdom or New York, the age of consent is lower. So it's not even clear that those offenses would, on their own terms, as overt acts, be illegal or criminal. Now, I'm not an age of consent guy normally. I'm not somebody who necessarily goes around steadfastly studying the intricacies of every age of consent statute, but it does happen to be a relevant factor here in terms of what illegality is being claimed. So unfortunately, despite the implications that some might want to derive from it, it is something that has to be examined. So no, I don't doubt that she was in Epstein's milieu.
I was wondering, he's like, I'm not really an age of consent guy. I'm like, what does that mean? That is an odd way of saying that. If that's what he meant by it, I'm not an age of consent guy. Huh. So you agree with Jeffrey Epstein a little bit more than you put on at the beginning. Okay.
I think it's at least plausible that she might have engaged in some sexual acts with Epstein, whether she was 17 or 18 or 19. Because essentially, I mean, she had claimed that she was essentially more or less a child prostitute from almost the time that she was a young child. It's kind of disturbing. She claimed initially that she was abused or molested by somebody that she hasn't named, who might have been in her family or something when she was, I might not get the exact age right, but it's like a young child. So it actually would have been something that was pedophilic, so 7, 8, 9, something like that. And she claims that she was on the beach in Miami, sitting on a bench, and in like this dramatic, almost cinematic moment, somebody pulled up in a limo and said, "Hey, Virginia, hop in the limo." And it turned out to be this sex trafficker named Eppinger, that's his last name. And then she claims that she was subsequently trafficked by another person even before she claims to have encountered Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein.
He's sweeping for Epstein. I don't think he is. I mean, I haven't heard anything so far that I necessarily disagree with. The only thing is that I didn't know that Guthrie was the one who like started a lot of these conspiracy theories about like the blackmail and crap like that. That's a very interesting statement there that I definitely need to look into, because if that's the case, I definitely need a lot more evidence to back that up. That will be that would be important to my own research on this.
So this is clearly like something that was going on with her lifestyle. So if she engaged in some kind of sexual encounter with Epstein, I would not be shocked at all. I just would have to insist that given her demonstrable, irrefutable pattern of serial fabulism, that nothing that she claims that happened to her can be believed just on its own terms. There would have to be additional corroboration or evidence to substantiate anything for me, anyway, to believe that anything that she claimed was true.
Well, there was wasn't there another woman who corroborated the claim that Prince Andrew molested?
No, not really. After the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, there was this one woman named Carolyn Adriano, who was also deeply mentally unwell. I'm not saying that to be disparaging. Like, it's just provable. It's proven. She admitted it. She said in the trial that she was a schizophrenic and that she was hearing voices telling her that her children were at risk of being abducted by traffickers. This was in the 2021 trial, and the jury was being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt her claims about events that occurred like 20 years or more before.
Wouldn't it be great if the fucking cops like broke in and arrested him right now for child trafficking?
And she claimed to, in a media interview after the trial, that she received like some kind of photo and or text message from Virginia Giuffre, in which Giuffre reported that she had some encounter with Andrew, but I wouldn't call that any kind of meaningful corroboration at all. It wasn't tested at trial. Okay. So if that was such slam dunk corroboration, why would the government not have introduced that at trial to substantiate the allegations that Carolyn Adriano did make under oath to convict Maxwell? And ironically, to the extent that this person, Carolyn Adriano, was trafficked, she said that she was trafficked by Virginia Giuffre. She says that she encountered Epstein because she was recruited essentially by Virginia Giuffre when Giuffre may or may not have been an adult, which is ironic because her testimony was supposed to be marshaled to convict Ghislaine Maxwell of being a trafficker. So no, I wouldn't say that there's any real credible corroboration of that.
But that's how it worked. That's how it worked, is they would get other young girls to recruit other young girls. Like, that's literally how it worked. What the fuck? If he discounts that, he discounts like all of the claims against Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell then. Like, if he discounts that, like, he's discounting like literally the entire game that Maxwell and Epstein played.
One other thing I want to just ask before I hand it over to Paul to ask some questions of his own. But there's something else, Michael, that sort of looms large in a lot of your writing, which was an aspect of the story that I was completely oblivious to before I started reading your writing on it, which is the idea that there was a lot of settlement money, like that there were these big settlements, including from JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. And I think that's just an aspect of the Epstein saga that you don't see reported very often, but it looms large in a lot of your analysis because, well, I mean, maybe you can just kind of like explain this because, again, I think this is just something that people are just completely oblivious to. What settlement are we talking about? Why are banks involved? Like, what is this exactly?
People are oblivious to so many aspects of this story. It's amazing. And, you know, one thing that I find ironic is that to the extent that we can generalize and like identify something called the alternative media or like the podcast type media or streaming media versus the mainstream media, they're basically of one mind on this issue.
Yes.
Meaning that they exclude countervailing information from the predominant narrative that they pump out every day. Yeah, I think the monetary incentives here are hugely consequential, and you don't hear them reported on adversarially, not even adversarially, but just like with a modicum of critical detachment at all.
So what was settled exactly? Because this relates to this, like, is the Acosta thing? Is that right?
Not really. Okay, so at least in terms of the giant monetary settlements that I'm talking about. So after Epstein's death in August 2019, there was lots of ongoing litigation where alleged victims would be suing his estate in the Virgin Islands. That's where.
Okay, give me just a second. I gotta run and grab something. I'll be right back.
It was legally housed. And what happened was the lawyers representing Epstein's estate, so like the executors of the estate effectively, agreed in conjunction with the lawyers who were primarily the ones representing the victims, who made an absolute bonanza, meaning the lawyers, on this whole episode, stretching back 15 years or so at this point. Like David Boies, Bradley Edwards. The lawyers collaborated with one another to establish this mechanism for dispersing settlement funds from Epstein's estate to the people that had been litigating against it. And it was called the Epstein Victims Compensation Program. And it was administered by a court-approved mediator. And the court-approved terms or conditions or a protocol for the administration of this estate that's expressly removed any adversarial component. So there was no cross-examination. The purported victims could file for monetary damages confidentially, so there was no downside risk if, let's say, they dramatized or inflated their claims to get more money, and they could get up to $5 million. And all four
just by alleging things.
Just by alleging things with no cross-examination.
Why would the estate agree to something so one-sided?
Because there was a tsunami of litigation that they were being inundated with, and it cost them a lot of money to litigate. And so they found it to be within their interest as executors of the estate to, as best as they could, come up with one sort of holistic solution to resolving all these claims. It was modeled on like the 9/11 process, where like purported victims of 9/11, like a family member who died or something, would be suing like the property manager of the Twin Towers or what have you, and then that it all got consolidated into one centralized mediation process. So that was the motive, and because Epstein was dead at that point, it wasn't as though the representatives of his estate necessarily had like a living person to defend against false claims. So I think there was like a logic as to why they did this, but then it created this model of a non-adversarial and confidential adjudication process that was essentially replicated by other entities that purported Epstein victims chose to sue under the auspices of these same lawyers, more or less, David Boies and Edwards. And so they sued JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. And the idea was that the JP Morgan, for example, was, they made some somewhat extreme claims about JP Morgan's alleged complicity in the alleged child sex trafficking operation orchestrated by Epstein. But what the judge ended up finding and allowing for a settlement fund to be created in relation to was that JP Morgan was essentially negligent in not performing adequate due diligence about cash withdrawals that Epstein would intermittently make, because he was a client of JP Morgan. It was basically a similar situation with Deutsche Bank. And so obviously a lot of alleged victims come out the woodworks to get as much settlement money as they possibly can. I don't even begrudge some of these people who got settlement funds. Like, if it were made available to me, that I could just maybe somewhat embellish my experiences from 10 or 15 years ago and get up to $5 million, I can't say with any certainty that I wouldn't do it.
What the fuck, dude? He really is sweeping now. He really is full on fucking sweeping, dude. What the fuck? What is wrong with this guy? I don't even think they have to embellish. Like, based on the interactions that happened, there's no reason to believe that they were embellished. We had so many different testimonies from so many different girls who were talking about what it is that happened to them, and they all seem to tell the same exact stories over and over and over and over and over and over, where Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or another teenage girl would invite them over to his house, and they would say, hey, you just come in and give him a massage and he'll give you $200. And so they would go in, and then eventually, after giving them a massage for like 10 minutes, he would tell them to take off their clothes, or the other girl would tell them to take off their clothes, and then the girl who recruited them would leave and walk out, and then they would leave the other girl there for him to kind of try to convince to get jiggy with it. And the and the idea is that, like, all of these are like underage girls, so even if they're part of recruiting, they're still being like coerced into this. These are not like people who are capable of like making decisions like this, or that you should be like allowed to try to like come into a business relationship with over sex trafficking. Like, this is insane. This is fucking insane.
What I do begrudge is the relentless credulity of the media, broadly construed, alt media and mainstream, and of politicians, in not evincing the slightest bit of cognizance of how this could make for a distorted incentive. Because now what we have is this folklore that there are over 1,000 total victims. This is what is claimed in the FBI DOJ memo that was released on the weekend of the 4th of July last month. And if you go and read that memo, they very conspicuously do not specify who would be included in this category of over 1,000 victims. And why are they even giving that kind of a vague estimate? They supposedly have been investigating this for Epstein's been dead for 6 years. So if they want to like give some kind of estimated total of victims, like, shouldn't they be a little bit more clear about that? But it's just become this like political talking point now that people don't even examine the underlying basis for. And what they don't know, and what's almost never reported, is that according to the terms of these settlement programs, of age adults were eligible for massive payouts. They did not have to be underage or children to be entitled to payouts. They could simply claim that they were given a, quote, false promise, meaning that there was some element of, quote unquote, fraud in relation to their encounters with Epstein and or Maxwell. And then they would be eligible for the settlement fund. So you have some people like, for example, this woman, Sarah Ransom, who is one of the highest profile Epstein, quote unquote, victims. And a lot of them are still not publicly named anywhere. Only a small
Oh.
percentage, relatively speaking, are named.
Oh.
Or have have voluntarily named themselves in some venue. But with Sarah Ransom, for instance, she said under deposition that she was 22 years old when she came to New York City. She generated her primary income by meeting with quote unquote gentlemen through some unidentified agency for quote unquote dinner. And she would get $1,500 for each quote unquote dinner. And then she said in a deposition, occasionally have consensual sex with some of these quote unquote gentlemen because she found them attractive. And then after that, she ended up getting involved with the Epstein organization, let's say. And she says that she went to the Virgin Islands, which I think is pretty well established that she did go to the Virgin Islands as an adult. And then years later, she also goes through mental turmoil. And she starts recasting everything that she underwent as quote unquote trafficking. And she ends up being one of the named plaintiffs for against the Virgin Islands estate, and gives rise to the creation of this initial Epstein victims compensation program. And so is she a victim? I guess that's how the media characterizes her. But if what people are being led to believe is that there's this giant pedophilic sex trafficking ring that's being covered up, and one of the most prominent victims is actually, by her own telling, she was an adult age woman when she first encountered Epstein, who was engaging in transactional sex acts for money, then I think that's a totally misleading impression that's being conveyed. And, so who knows how many more of these alleged victims were adults of legal age when they had these alleged encounters and therefore received settlement funds. And does the media cover that aspect at all? Not that I've seen.
No, indeed. So I don't know. I think Michael's analysis, his command of facts, seems pretty persuasive to me. I mean, what's your take on what you've been hearing?
That's because you're autistic, JJ, and I'm schizophrenic. All right, I like seeing the giant picture and not getting weeded down into the details.
Okay.
I don't like. Well, I guess it's a couple things. So, yeah, well, of course, you're obviously correct, Michael, in terms of a lot of the stuff is exaggerated, a lot of the myth around it. When Virginia Giuffre committed suicide, I remember seeing a bunch of people saying, oh my God, this is an example of, they came after her now too, right after these accusations came out.
That was fucking
And
insane.
someone like Ryan Dawson at the time specifically said, no, I knew Virginia. She was a troubled woman. This is not the result of that. JJ, can you mute yourself real quick? I think there's noise of some kind.
How do I do this?
A fan of some kind? Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so there's a lot of nonsense that circles these things. That's true with any.
Bro, that is quite the room he is streaming from. I think he might be the schizophrenic one. What the fuck? He's got like all of these books and things, like he's got a whole fucking bookshelf on one side. He's got a random ladder in the middle of the room. He looks like an artist. That's what he looks like. He looks like he's an artist living in like a I'm blanking on the term, but when it's just like a one room studio, that's what it is. He looks like an artist in like a one room studio.
Narrative. I guess the way I see it is the Epstein story is not even necessarily about a particular blackmail ring. That was that's the centerpiece of the story. Epstein is one piece of the broader picture, which is the idea that, the ruling class engages in immoral, degenerate behavior. At least a subfaction of the ruling class engages in immoral, degenerate behavior.
See, even once you say a sub-faction, it's no longer even like an interesting thing to even say. Like, oh, so there are some people who are part of the ruling class who are just like everybody else? Whoa! That's fucking crazy, dude. I can't believe that we didn't know about this, that there were so many people who were also able to have ailments and sicknesses and mental illnesses. That's wow. And they're able to just have mental problems like everybody else. What? That's nobody told us this? This is a sub-faction? Sheesh. I can't believe we didn't know.
Sort of a binding mechanism. It's, basic ritual psychology. Like when people point out the Bohemian Grove stuff, like, oh my God, there's all these people, rich people in the woods doing these rituals and stuff. It's like, well, this is what fraternities do. It's a way to bind people together. And the more prestigious and powerful the group, the more high stakes the rituals. And so the idea that, like, for example, you bring a bunch of powerful people on an island where there is sex trafficking going on, whether or not they're participating in it, it's the fact of we're being immersed in this environment. We're all in the same general milieu. Maybe there's no footage of Bill Clinton having sex with an underage girl.
Maybe.
There's probably footage of Bill Clinton having sex with an adult woman. I mean, all of the rooms being rigged up with cameras and stuff. It's not necessarily, okay, hey, we're going to catch you doing something illegal with children. It's a broader
Do we even have anybody making a claim that Bill Clinton was one of the people? Like, what is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about?
Epstein's story is one of, this is the kind of behavior and depravity and degeneracy that a sub-faction of the ruling class engages in as a way to bind with each other, and be sort of an in-group. What do you think of that?
Well, I just went through a lot of very specific detail in answering the questions I was asked about various aspects of this story, and you just glossed over the entirety of it. And you said that the real story is some broader thematic.
Yeah, he's saying, I heard everything you have to say, but that doesn't really address my concerns, which is all of this. And what you're saying and what I'm saying can both coexist. So what do you think about that? So yes, that is, they let you get out your whole fucking theory and talk for like 10 minutes straight. And then they said, okay, so what about this
thing about the degeneracy of the ruling class? You even seem to concede that, according to somebody who I would imagine find to be credible, Ryan Dawson, that Virginia Giuffre was an extremely troubled woman, and that she was not suicided, because that wouldn't make any sense. And I agree that that wouldn't make any sense, because if she was going to be suicided, why wouldn't she be suicided prior to her rattling off like a decade plus worth of outlandish allegations? Like, there was nothing further for even her to allege at that point when she died in April of 2025.
Well, I mean, if she said that there were like princes and royalty and people like that she was being trafficked to, then technically there would still be people for her to make claims about. But all right, I'm in 6th place, guys. 6th place. I'm 7th place, guys. 7th place here. So we're doing big things.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure how to necessarily engage with that response, because it's totally non-responsive to virtually anything that I've laid out here about the specific details of this case. I mean, we're not talking about the broad, like the broad-based alleged degeneracy of.
So bro, what is wrong with this guy? Riveting Tom? This is a fucking Slither channel. This is a Slither channel. If you don't want to watch Slither, then go watch somebody else. Because this is a Slither channel. We are a Slither community. Okay? That's what this channel is about. Hot Babe, Investigator, and Slither.
Ruling elites. We're talking about the Epstein case.
Okay, and my point is the reason that people are interested in the Epstein case is because it feeds into this broader.
I agree. That's
narrative.
why people are interested in it. and they're not interested
Right.
in the specific details so much.
Well,
yeah, at
no,
some
I
point,
think they
Paul, like
are.
at some point, the facts matter, Paul, right? Like if the
Yeah,
Epstein
Paul,
affair is
come
a
on.
data point, no, this matters because like if the Epstein affair is going to be a data point in people's conclusions about the ruling elite that you just articulated, then doesn't it matter if the data point is true or bullshit?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Okay, maybe I miscommunicated here. Michael, I'm not disputing anything that you've put forward so far.
Yeah, this is what I said. He's accepting everything that he said, and then saying, so can both of these things coexist? Like even with all of what you said, I can buy all of that, but I still believe this. So what do you think about my theory? I think it's pretty obvious, but we have too many fucking autists on this one stream to understand how to have a conversation.
Didn't you address any of it?
I'm not disputing. I just said I'm not disputing it. What do you want me to address other than
So
that?
you don't dispute that Virginia Giuffre was a serial fabulist?
I
The
wouldn't
one who-
use
the
those
one who was the
words.
progenitor, the one who was the alleged Epstein victim, who was the progenitor of this
she was-
entire theory around child sex trafficking. You don't dispute that she was a serial fabulist?
I don't dispute that what she said is not true. What you using the word serial fabulist? I mean, if she was
However
abused
you
as a
wanna put
child,
it.
I'm okay. Then I would put it maybe differently. She was a deeply troubled, mentally ill person
Who told a lot of falsehoods.
lies. Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, lie is probably
Great.
too strong
We
of a
agree.
word. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I said. So I'm asking.
But that's the whole crux of the Epstein issue.
No, it's not. The crux.
So
of
again, the Epstein issue is in the eyes of the beholder. Everybody's got their own fucking theories. The major one is the blackmail theory. But the whole crux of it is the fucking pedophilia. Like that's the whole crux of the Epstein issue is probably the trafficking and everything. And then there's a bunch of other things that come from that as far as conspiracy theories and shit goes. So this is, oh man, this is painful.
Let's see how that can be waved away, and then we just pivot to a more generalized thematic discussion of elite depravity in which the Epstein issue is just like one ancillary component.
Okay, well, this is it's called. I'm trying to contextualize the issue in the broader. I mean, this like for the last 5-10 years, one of the growing movements of QAnon, the pedophilic elite, all the pedestal, all this different stuff. There's all these.
Wait,
this
so you're
mythos.
you're into QAnon? So you believe in like the fundamental tenets of QAnon?
I'm saying that the Epstein story is psychologically salient because it fits into this mythos that has been
that I agree with.
orbiting
Yes.
Okay. Right, I guess.
This
I was not
is a
expecting.
shit show, dude.
I'm not
I agree
accusing
that-
you of doing anything being wrong necessarily.
No, I'm not saying you're accusing me of
about
that. I'm
specific
just trying
things.
to drill down on what you're positing here.
I'm
I
asking-
agree that part of why the Epstein issue is so resonant, and so salient and so enduring, and the intrigue that it engenders, is
Right.
because it does borrow thematically from these long-standing theories that people feverishly promote on the internet around pedophilic sex trafficking, such as QAnon.
Okay,
but I just don't. I
The
mean,
Q- yeah, of course,
I
the
would
Q-
be amazed if you would.
True, Freddie. I released the Tom list a long time ago. The Tom list was released long ago.
Actually affirm any of the core factual tenets of
That there are elements in the ruling class who engage in pedophilic, degenerate behavior.
Well, where's the proof, Paul? Like, this is the thing, right? It's like you can make these accusations. You can say, I believe that X, Y, and Z, but at some point you actually have to be able to provide proof of these claims, because otherwise you're just believing in a sort of fairy tale, right? You're just.
I mean,
believing in a sort
do you believe that generally speaking, QAnon was on the mark?
I
Is
don't
that what you're
even.
saying?
To be honest, I don't even know exactly what QAnon. I don't know who.
Yeah, nobody
they think
does.
Q is. So my point is I'm connecting
And why
this to
you
the
say-
broader thing.
Yeah, okay. I
so-
get it, and that's why. I mean, I agree, and that's why it's in that you're right.
Like, do you
that
think
this
that
is why it's so resonant?
Okay, so do
People
you think,
believe a lot of mythology around
I'll ask
this
you,
subject area.
Okay, all right. So, do you think that Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, do you think they knew that Epstein was engaging in this kind of behavior and continue to associate with
Engaging in what behavior?
The molestation of children.
But let's be clear about molestation of children, right? I mean, I'm also not a guy who typically spends a lot of time nitpicking the definition of pedophilia, because it's not worth anyone's time. But molestation of children, I remember generally referring to
he's acting like children who are trafficked into trafficking and being like fucking recruiters isn't a negative. This is insane, dude. This is actually insane. This guy is a fucking nut, dude. This is wild. Like, he is... And now he's like, well, let's be clear. Like, when we're saying molestation of children, okay?
Like prepubescent children who are being molested or groomed or preyed upon by adults. And that's not what we're talking about here. So why don't we just be a little bit clear about the terms, just so people have some precision?
Okay.
He didn't say pedophilia, though. He didn't say pedophilia. He didn't even use the word pedophile. Why are you getting defensive about the word pedophile when nobody even said it? He said molestation of children. That's all he said. You're getting defensive about the word pedophile when it wasn't even brought up. What is happening? This is so weird. This guy is so strange.
Okay, the
and their ability to
abuse
follow
of
what we're talking about.
Teenage girls.
Okay,
Who are
teenage girls. Teenage girls. Fine.
Okay.
Was Bill
Fine.
Clinton aware of this?
you-
I don't think there's any reason to believe that Bill Clinton or Donald Trump or Prince Andrew were aware of this at all.
You don't think there's any reason to believe that?
Well, even if we want to stipulate that what Virginia Giuffre claims about Prince Andrew is true, which I would reject in terms
Okay.
of our ability to freely stipulate that. But let's just, for the sake of argument, stipulate that it's true and she did actually have a sexual encounter with Prince Andrew. She would have been above the age of consent in the United Kingdom at the time that
Sure.
encounter took place. So is that child molestation? I mean, you might
Okay.
object to it on moral grounds. I object on moral grounds to Epstein even coming close to the line of having these engagements with teenage girls, whether they were technically above the age of consent or below it, because it's just a seedy way to operate. And
do
it can
you-
only lead to a mess. But like in terms of underage child molestation, I just don't see any really evidence for that. The encounter with Prince Andrew occurred allegedly in 2001. Okay. The flights with Bill Clinton to Africa and so forth is alleged to have occurred in 2002. Epstein was only investigated and charged locally in Palm Beach by around 2005.
Yep.
So why would those people be aware of this? Like what grounds would you have to suspect?
Did Bill Clinton cut off communication with Epstein post his?
I don't think there's any evidence that Bill
trial?
Clinton had any further engagement with Epstein after the Palm Beach investigation. There's
Sure.
evidence that others did, like Ehud Barak or Noam
Ehud Barak.
Chomsky.
Well, that's of course.
Or
that's the other.
okay,
hold on. But so Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for trafficking minors, correct? Do you dispute that that's that happened?
See, now we're bouncing around to different. I'm happy to address what you just asked me, but I just want to note that we're now bouncing around to another line of inquiry because you didn't address my answer
that
to
was
your
weird.
previous line of inquiry. But we can bounce around. That's fine.
Yes, I prefer to.
Yeah.
do that.
So I know, of course, I don't dispute that. You can go and look
Okay.
at what that Maxwell was found guilty of. You can look at the actual statutes. Like, have you read the charging document? Have you read the judge's instructions to jurors as to what they were to convict her of?
No, I do very little
Okay.
research on these. I listen to people
That-
like you
that-
and then form my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a deficiency in the research that people do. Even the claimed
agree.
Epstein researchers.
This is why we
as
have
though-
brought you here.
Excellent, great. So yes, Maxwell was convicted of participating in a sex trafficking conspiracy that the government alleged, and all the witnesses, the 4 alleged victims who testified at the trial, alleged consisted of a grand total of 2 people: herself and Epstein.
And Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. So my question is, this is not a. I'm asking this for the sake of genuinely.
Yeah, okay. So Let's think about this for a second. All right. Jeffrey Epstein is like one part of the puzzle. The major part is that I'm currently in third place. I have 9,255 points on the board right now. Now, first place is 17,000, but second place is 9,776. So I'm not too far behind second place, but I'm way out behind first place. And so it's a work in progress.
Like trying to understand how you conceptualize things. This is not a gotcha.
Okay.
Just as using your faculties of reason, what do you think is the probability that people like Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, well, who Barack we know for sure knew because he associated with him post the 2005 investigations, like what is the probability that these people knew?
Whether or not he knew, we can say that it's a likelihood, but that like whether or not he actually looked into the investigations, whether or not he actually believed them, whether or not he felt that he was being set up, like there's all sorts of like other things. I wouldn't assume those things, though. I do find it odd that I think like P.F. Young, I think, is capable of believing that Donald Trump believed that he won the 2020 election and that he just did January 6th to try to save his own ass, even though he continued saying that after all of his investigations, that like where his own DOJ and everybody were telling him that there was no way that that the election could have been stolen from him. I'm pretty sure P.F. Young thinks that that's plausible. So I find it a little odd that he's using different logic here.
Exactly the kind of person that Epstein was and what he was doing.
Well, let's be clear about what people who did associate with him after the 2007-8 non-prosecution agreement and entry of a guilty plea by Epstein, what they could have known. Because what was known is that he did plead guilty to a state-level two state-level prostitution charges. So one was procurement of prostitution, another was a procurement of a minor for prostitution. And when Epstein entered that guilty plea in June of 2008, it was unclear, really, if you go look in at the transcript of that plea hearing, but it seems to be indicated by the Palm Beach prosecutor that there was only one conclusively identified victim that then gave rise to that procurement of a minor for prostitution charge. And that person almost certainly, again, it's not 100% clear, but almost certainly was a girl who at the time of the alleged sexual encounter with Epstein was 17 years old and almost 18 years old. If you go and look at her interview with Palm Beach investigators, which is available for anybody to go view on the Palm Beach County website now after a FOIA dump, she says that she had consensually engaged in sexual intercourse with Epstein literally a day before her 18th birthday. Now, is she 100% right about the chronology? I'm not sure. That's just what she says. And she testified effectively to this at the grand jury that was convened in Palm Beach County. So that's what Ehud Barak and others would have known if they were just going based on what was confirmed by Epstein's guilty plea. There was other civil litigation, a lot of which stemmed from Virginia Giuffre, the proven fabulist, or however you want to characterize what you agree with me as to her credibility. There was other civil litigation floating around, but in terms of what was confirmed by his entry of a guilty plea in Florida, that's what was confirmed. So are we to infer that because like Noam Chomsky, for example, had some communications with Epstein and went to like a soiree at his New York mansion that included Woody Allen and people, that therefore they had some like sinister knowledge that they were overlooking because they wanted to excuse child sex trafficking or something? No, I don't think that's a fair inference to draw at all.
What do you think is the probability that someone like Bill Clinton, who I think would be fair to say is quite a degenerate himself,
not with relation to children?
Sure, but sure, but degeneracy.
I mean, he had an affair with Monica Lewinsky, who was in her early to mid 20s.
Right. The president of the United States fucked how old was she at the time? 22-year-old intern with a cigar in the White House while president. Like that speaks of a certain type of character.
But it doesn't speak to pedophilia.
Does the cigar add? Yeah, I don't think. Yes, that is nowhere close to talking about like engaging with underage girls. Not even close. Not even. Like that's an insane thing to bring up as like evidence of engaging with underage girls. That's a wild. He did have sex with a 22-year-old woman. Okay. It's not the same thing. Thank you.
I'm not asking if Bill Clinton engaged in pedophilia. I'm asking what is the probability?
I'm trying to be clear.
Okay. What is the probability in your mind that people like Bill Clinton, who is associated with Epstein, rode on the plane?
Yes, but he's implying that he would be okay with somebody who engages in those sorts of actions. Somebody like Epstein, that he would like continue to be friends with him because he doesn't find it morally repugnant enough, because because Clinton is also a degenerate. That is the claim that he's making. He's saying he's a degenerate because he had sex with a 22-year-old intern while smoking a cigar, apparently, is an important part of this. So therefore, we can start to wonder if he was okay with somebody having sex with underage girls and trafficking them.
26 times. The Lolita Express. Like, you put all these things.
Hold on, Lolita Express, let's just be clear about something.
Was the nickname.
You're aware that Jeffrey Epstein did not name his plane literally the Lolita Express?
Yes, that's why it's a nickname, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like Bill Clinton said, all aboard the Lolita Express, everybody.
So do you don't think Bill Clinton ever referred to it as Lolita Express? Or there's
I can't fathom that Bill Clinton ever referred to it as the Lolita Express. That was a tabloid nickname years later.
Wait, there's no evidence that it was referred to in internal communications at all, like between Epstein and anyone?
See, this is another myth.
Okay.
That was a nickname invented by a tabloid years after the fact.
I want to ask.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I want to draw. This is good. Look, listen.
Yeah.
This is why we have brought you here, Michael. Okay, I am interested in. I am interested in the
Bill
truth.
Clinton. Okay, there is evidence. There is evidence that Bill Clinton. First of all, people say was it 32 trips or something? A bunch of those seem to be legs of the same trip, right? So you fly to South Africa, then you fly to whatever it was, Rwanda.
Sure.
So
I'm asking. Yeah.
And there was a woman named Shantae Davies who is confirmed to have been on that trip with Clinton and Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker and Epstein, and is sometimes just generically referred to now as a victim. But she was, again, a woman in her 20s who was so-called recruited by Maxwell when she was an aspiring masseuse in her 20s. And there's a photo of her giving Bill Clinton, a back rub. And but Shantae Davies said that she never engaged in anything inappropriate at all with Clinton on that trip, and she was an adult. So I just think that's worth clarifying for people.
Okay, but again, this is I'm asking. What is the? I mean, I'll ask for the third time. Just generally, what do you think, based on your faculties of reason, what is the probability that Bill Clinton...
Well, you guys went down that line of reasoning because, like, you went down that whole line of questioning because he said there's no reason to believe that Epstein, or that Clinton engaged with him after that, or that Epstein knew anything about this beforehand. And now that you've gone through all of the dumb questions that you've asked about this, and still you haven't added anything of substance, he's not trolling. You haven't added anything of substance here. Now you're asking the question again? Why? Like, you have not presented any more evidence since the last time he answered your question. Why would you ask the question again as though there's something more?
Was aware that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were doing things like the trafficking of children that Ghislaine was indicted for.
Well, I mean, I think there are huge evidentiary and legal problems with Maxwell's conviction in the first place. So I'm not willing to grant that whatever she was convicted of is like a dispositive representation of the actual truth, given like...
Is he about to push the idea that they got immunity during the 2008 case or 2007 case? Is he about to say that they had immunity therefore? Because we went over this the last time the last guy claimed this, where that was a state charge. That was not a federal charge. So the state of Florida entered into a plea deal with Jeffrey Epstein where they gave him and all of his friends immunity going forward. And then the federal government charged Maxwell later. So a lot of people are like, no. The Acosta, somebody who's a federal prosecutor, gave all of Epstein's friends immunity. So they can't actually convict her here. She's going to win on appeal. No, she's not going to win on appeal because it was a federal prosecutor who accepted a deal for a state charge where Epstein pled guilty in a state court. So that doesn't apply to federal. That's not a federal thing. It was not a federal statute, wasn't federal anything. It was a federal prosecutor who negotiated the deal, but that was not a federal deal. So every time somebody wants to say, well, in the federal court, they can't do this because they gave her immunity. Nope, not federal. Was not federal. Nope.
Like the political hysteria that gave rise to her indictment and conviction and now incarceration for over 5 years for crimes that have no nexus with any kind of violence or even really any obvious coercion. However, in terms of the Palm Beach teenage girls,
insane.
some of whom...
This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane.
Whom may have been under the age of consent, some of whom were over, and who recruited one another in like the same rough age group to go to Epstein's Palm Beach mansion and give him a massage of varying degrees of sexualization in exchange for $200 because then they could go to the mall together afterwards. I mean, I'm not making any of this up. This is all in the record. I'm not even like characterizing anything to try to be pejorative at all. This is like in the record.
How long? Let's get a poll going real quick. Let's get a poll going. Because I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. So we're at 48 minutes right now. We have an hour and 45 minutes in total. So we have about an hour left, okay? So how long before P.F. Young brings up the painting of Bill Clinton in a dress. All right. And then we'll do multiple choice. So we'll do under 10 minutes. Between 10 and 20 minutes. Between 20 and 35 minutes. Or over 35. I think I did this right. Let me make sure I did this right. No, I did not. The last two are one option. I put a period instead of... Okay. Alright. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, or 4. The numbers don't move, so yeah, you can put just 1, 2, 3, or 4. Copycat. I typed it first, mofo. That's me. That's you. Oh, you can't see it. That's me. That's you. Alright? Don't get it twisted. Am I able to type? Was a painting of Bill Clinton found Bill Clinton in a dress found on Epstein Island. Is it gonna, will it read it? No? Well, fuck you then. Yes, several media reports described Epstein as having a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress at his private island, Little St. James. The painting was mentioned as part of coverage of Epstein's properties. As with many details from Epstein's estate, the exact provenance and full verification can be murky, and there's no implication of Clinton's involvement in Epstein's crime. If you'd like, I can summarize specific articles or quotes. Where did the article come from? Oh, wait. Nope, scratch that. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Stop. Where did the painting come from? The public record doesn't clearly document the painting's origin. Reports described of a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress as being among Epstein's Island Little St. James holdings, sometimes referenced as part of estate inventory, but they generally did not specify who the artist was, when it was created, or how it came to Epstein. If you'd like, I can pull up specific articles and quotes what they say about provenance, or look for court/estate documents that mention the item. Do you want me to fetch sources or focus on a particular time frame? Public reporting does not identify a seller. Painting's provenance hasn't been disclosed in official filings or reputable reporting, and most accounts that mention it simply note that a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress was part of Epstein's Island estate holdings. So Destiny recently talked about this, and it was the first time I'd ever heard this before, but Destiny went off on the fact that this was an AI photo that was sold by somebody, some famous person, for like millions of dollars. So it's weird that this is. When did he say that? I don't remember. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because yeah, I remember him like going off about it recently. Let's see. Fuck, why do I keep doing it?
But the Clintons, and Bill Clinton was on the Epstein plane 27 times. He was on the island. There was a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red high heels in the building where they were kids. So you can put two and two together and create Donald Trump's a pedophile, but you can't even remotely entertain the idea that Biden or Obama, who had way more time, could have destroyed evidence to protect their social circle. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
No, I don't think that makes any sense. That none of them had.
How?
Well, you said it yourself that Epstein didn't end up being arrested until under under Trump's administration. We know that Epstein is on like recording saying that he was best friends with Donald Trump for 10 years. You know that if that same recording existed for him saying he was the best friends with the Clintons or the Obamas, you guys would be losing your mind over. But because it was with Trump, nobody cares about it.
They were friends. They were friends in the 90s. They were friends in the 90s.
No.
Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2000 and was it 4? I think it was.
So you think that he just started all of it and got arrested immediately?
No, he got arrested for having an underage hooker. I believe it was 2004. That was under Bush, right? So you had Bush. Who
Yeah, but everybody knew that he liked young girls before then. Trump and everybody else had said that. Trump even sent him a birthday card. It was in that thing that got published recently. They got really mad about it. He sued the Wall Street Journal for.
The thing that's completely made up. He wrote on like a pubic area. Do you have any idea how ridiculous? Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
You think that whole story is fake?
Yes, that's why he's suing them.
You think that if you sue somebody, it means you're okay? Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't make sense on its face. It's basically like this probably would have come up in the decades-long investigations. It just conveniently comes up now that there was this magical birthday card that shows up right as the Epstein files are.
What about when Donald Trump on video is wishing Ghislaine like well, even though he knows that she's in prison or whatever?
No, let's not do. Donald Trump was on the Lolita Express 20 that has been authenticated. I mean, you can look it up. Look up Bill Clinton. A more of a connection. So applying your Bill Clinton, which would
yeah, but who like commissioned the painting? Where did it come from? And then from?
I can't remember.
It was some random Australian artist like painted this painting because she thought it was funny, like making fun of Bill, and then apparently Epstein bought it and he showed it at his island. This wasn't like made for Epstein. It wasn't made by Epstein, and it wasn't like
So Epstein was such good friends with Bill Clinton that he bought that painting, brought it to the island so that he could.
Did someone from Australia sell the painting? No credible public reporting identifies a seller or someone's nationality. Connected to the acquisition of the painting, the provenance has not been disclosed in official filings or reputable articles, and most discussions simply note that a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress was part of Epstein's island/estate holdings without naming a seller or their country. Okay, so what are the votes at? It's only 9 votes so far. You guys are as lazy as fuck, dude. The laziest chat of all fucking time, dude. You guys should be embarrassed. You guys should be embarrassed of how lazy you are. The question on the poll on the screen is how long before PF Young brings up the painting of Bill Clinton in a dress? We got under 10 minutes, 4 votes. 10 to 20 minutes, 3 votes. 20 to 35 minutes, 0 votes. 35 plus, 2 votes. So 35 plus is probably the safest bet because it's really it is probably number 1 or number 4. Those probably are the 2 safest bets because right now they're talking about Bill Clinton. That's when he's trying to bring up stuff about Bill Clinton. So he's bringing up stuff that's that would be relevant to Bill Clinton right now. So it's probably 10 minutes or less. If he doesn't do it in 10 minutes or less, it's probably 35 minutes or plus because he's probably not going to bring it up at all. So I said within 3 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay. Most outlets describe the painting of Bill Clinton in a dress as being part of Epstein's island and estate holdings, Little St. James, often noted in the estate inventory or property rundowns. None of the credible reports publicly identify a seller, a precise origin, or how Epstein acquired the painting. The provenance who sold it to him or where it came from has not been disclosed in official filings or reputable reportings. Some articles speculate about the item's origin or context, but do not provide verifiable names or sources for the sale and province. If you want, I can pull up and summarize specific articles interested. Okay.
All evidence that I've ever seen points to that being a private endeavor of Epstein, more or less, meaning there wouldn't be any other prominent individuals who would have been aware that he might have gotten a massage from some girl who might have been, just below or just above the age of consent in the Palm Beach situation.
Dude, again, okay, he's talking about the very first case that was actually named publicly. Okay, that's right. Okay, yeah. Most of them were like 16 or 17, so that's right.
At least there's never been any evidence furnished to that effect. And we've been at this now for, depending on how you classify it, 10 years, 15 years. And so, like, wouldn't there be a shred of evidence somewhere that somebody was aware of that going on?
Do we have access to, like, Bill Clinton's private text messages to Epstein's, all of them?
I don't know that Bill Clinton ever engaged in private text messages to Epstein. That's not
okay. So no,
in the record that I'm aware of.
Sure. And
if people want to put, if people wanted to depose Bill Clinton, I mean, Bill Clinton was just subpoenaed, okay, by the House Oversight Committee. I'm all in favor of everybody being deposed. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
But Paul,
hold on. My point.
I don't know why that would exclude Donald Trump and
and
Pam Bondian people.
Sure.
But Paul, you're citing lack of evidence as evidence at this point, right? Like that is pure.
Okay, this is what I don't. This is
logic.
Yeah, hold on. This is what I don't understand from. It's like, I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone who is claiming there is, or anyone reasonable, who claims that there is absolute surefire evidence. Like, here's a smoking gun that therefore Epstein was at the center of a blackmail ring. It's a preponderance of circumstantial evidence. It's a preponderance of all these interesting coincidences. You said it was enigmatic how Jeffrey Epstein acquired his wealth. It's like, that's one way to say it. Like, we have no idea where that comes from.
We have some idea. We don't have maybe a fully.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so somebody posted on Twitter that Destiny was sexting with an underage minor. And I replied to them because I saw a quote tweet from somebody initially saying, I never heard of this person, so I don't know who they are. But somebody initially, they posted something saying, Destiny, they said, I'm doing my next deep dive into Destiny. Or I just finished my deep dive on Brianna Wu. Now I'm doing my next one on Destiny. And I posted a link to the lady D was talking about. What lady? What are you talking about? The Australian? Anyway, so the thing that they were quote tweeting when they said that they were doing a deep dive into Destiny was somebody saying Destiny was sexting with a minor. And so I replied to them and said, what, you're just making up shit now? And then somebody replied to me and said, how old was she when they started sexting? And I said 19. And then somebody said 17, you pedophile defender. So I went to go reply to that. All the replies are turned off on my phone. It won't let me reply to anybody. And I'm wondering, it won't even let me reply to myself. So I don't know if it's just like a glitch on TikTok or what. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, see? I can't reply. Why can't you reply? This author has blocked you, so you can't perform this action. Okay, can I reply to myself? No. This author has blocked you, so you can't perform this action. This is the person who initially posted it. Why can't you reply to this? This author has blocked you. You can't perform this action. Is it the host? Is it the person who, is it the OP? Yes, the OP. Trippy Pinko has blocked you. So they fucking make shit up and say, asking a minor to pretend to be even younger. And I said, well, you can't see my reply anymore because I'm blocked now. But I said, a minor? LOL, what the fuck? Y'all just making shit up as you go. They said, what age was Rose when Destiny sent her revenge porn? I said 19 years old. And then I got blocked by the OP. Stop taking up for Destiny. We all know he probably did it. Wait, no, she says in the DMs that she's 19. He does ask for her age. Like, she says in the fucking DMs. So I'm not taking up for Destiny. It's just a fact that she was 19. Like, when you say we all know he probably did it, I didn't say he never did revenge porn or he never sent any of that, which technically it's not revenge porn. He didn't do revenge porn. But he did send, like, videos of somebody without their consent. But he didn't send it to a minor. Like, that's fucking insane. Age play is fucking odd. Yeah, it is. Well, depending. Like, there's levels to it, right? There's, like, there's the weird shit where, like... Because, okay, think about this, all right? Think about this. If it turned out, like, we would all think when we see this, oh, age play shit, that's fucking gross. But then if we found out, actually, Destiny wants to, like, curl up in her lap and call her mommy and ask her for milk and shit like that, we wouldn't think it was as weird anymore. But it, like, the age direction that it goes in would probably change this, especially considering the age difference that's already there. I don't want to talk about that. Like, his fucking sex shit was leaked. I don't want to, like, get into the... I don't want to fucking ponder on his leaked private DMs, but yeah. Yeah, the other day I told people to stop posting pictures of JSTLK. I feel like it's gone a little too far. Like, he doesn't show his face on stream for a reason, and so everybody posting these pictures of him is kind of fucked up. And, you know, JSTLK and I have had our differences, but I think it's gone a little too far when they're just over and over posting pictures of him like this. So when a chick calls me daddy, it is fucking weird. Okay. I don't think that's weird. That's a super common thing. So that's like a thing that, like, grown adults do very commonly, especially like in like the North. That's like a super common thing for women to just call their boyfriends and husbands daddy. Like, that is a very, very common thing. And a lot of it, I think, came from, like, the Latino population in New York, where they all called their, like, boyfriends Poppy and shit like that. Common but weird. Okay, I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird at all. But yeah, like, if they're like, yeah, daddy is fucked up completely. You guys are fucking weird. You guys got some fucking repressed, like, sexual shit. You guys think somebody just calling somebody mommy or daddy weird. Like, that's just not weird. You guys gotta fucking open up a little bit, okay? That's not weird at all. Like, when we're talking about different language. It's not a different, it's the same fucking word. Poppy is daddy. And so when they say it in English, they just say fucking daddy. And so when they start calling it Poppy, and then this becomes normalized within the culture in New York, then everybody just starts calling each other daddy or calling their boyfriends daddy. It is not a weird thing. There's nothing odd about that. You guys are overly prudish if you think that's fucking weird. Is calling your girlfriend daughter okay then? No, but if you call her mommy or mama, hey mama, what up mommy? Like, there's nothing weird about that. That's not fucking weird. She calls you daddy, you call her mommy. Like, there's nothing weird about this. There's nothing odd about that. Mommy isn't weird. Tom, you are odd. That's not fucking odd. This is, okay, when you guys say, yeah, it's common, but it's weird, I don't know what the fuck you mean by weird anymore. I don't know what the fuck weird means anymore if it doesn't mean that it's something that is not culturally acceptable. What the fuck does weird mean? Loner Unboxed and his viewers just joined. What up, Loner Unboxed? Appreciate the raid, homie. We're talking about the fact that it's okay to call your girlfriend mommy and for your girlfriend to call you daddy, and that there's no weird implications here, okay? Tom's Spanish accent goes Italian so fast. Ay, mami. But no, there's not a weird implication from that. Literally, my parents called each other that shit my whole life. But they would say it like it was a little bit different, where they're saying it because that's what they want us to call them, right? So they would say, like, go ask daddy if you can do that, or go ask mommy if you're allowed to go out. Go ask mommy to help you with your homework. Go ask daddy to get you some milk. Like, like, even as fucking adults, they still referred to each other as that when we were around. It wasn't like a kinky thing. It was just literally just like them saying it so that we didn't call them, like, my mom's not going to call my dad by his first name to us, right? So they're going to say, go ask dad, go ask daddy, go ask mommy. Like, that's I wouldn't say very common, but I get what you're saying. Right, I'm not saying it's super common. I'm not saying literally everybody does this. I'm saying it's like a culturally acceptable thing. It is a thing that is very common, to where it's literally, I see it in like TikTok videos and like Instagram videos all the time when people are talking about like their boyfriends or their husbands or whatever, and they say like, yeah, so I called daddy and I told him this is not happening again, like shit like that. Like, it's just Tom, I don't call my wife mommy. That's weird. Okay, again, you guys can keep saying words that you don't know what they mean, but I'm telling you that it's not adding up. I don't call my wife mommy. Oh wait, I just read that. It's very common. Don't let virgins in chat tell you otherwise. It is common. These people are just being weird. Calling her bitch is also weird. Okay, again, I just disagree with you. I'm sorry. Again, I just disagree. I just disagree. It is what it is, but I am, I'm somebody who grew up in a very Christian family, who is very, sexually repressed and believed in like, no sex before marriage, and was like very strict on these rules and shit growing up, and somehow end up being even more liberated than y'all bitches. Like, by this thought, okay? How about this? Any one of you guys who are calling your girlfriends babe or baby, or she's calling y'all those things, That's even worse because daddy and mommy are adult fucking terms. Calling them baby and babe, now you're playing an age fucking play shit. Now y'all are getting into some age play. Any of y'all have a girlfriend or a wife where y'all call each other babe or baby, where you're literally talking about an infant little kid. Wait, don't Uno reverse? Yes, I am Uno reversing motherfucker, dude. This is some bullshit. Y'all want to say that it's weird to say daddy and mommy, but babe and baby is okay? Fuck that shit, dude. I'm doing both, but bae or boo, not baby. Uno reverse failed? That is not a fail, dude. That is not a fail. That is an even more normalized thing. And we're talking about like the literally calling somebody an infant little kid. Whereas daddies and mommies are both fucking adults. That was well played. Yeah, I think so. I think that that's like, dude, who uses baby? The majority of people. Everybody who's not black. but like it's, I understand that it's like way more common to use boo or bae in the black community, but most other people don't say boo or bae. I use boo. I say boo. I say boo and I say boo boo and I say like babe, I say baby, I say mommy, I say like all of this shit. Like it's all. Tom, I actually don't use baby either. Sure, but you're not that it doesn't matter if you use it. The point is that the implication, you guys are saying the implication of daddy is weird. What's weird, right? And now I'm giving you babe and baby. That obviously, if you're going to be this literalist in the way that you're doing it, you would have to say babe and baby are even worse. Most people say babe. Yes, correct. I think most guys say babe, most women say baby. So like that's generally like the way that it goes, but I think it's just how you say it, Tom. Correct. That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's not like necessarily, it's not age play in the way that a lot of people think of it, where it has to be like a toddler or some shit like that. But these are aspects that come from age play that play into dynamics. And that's what people are looking for, is they like the dynamics. So when they call each other baby, when they call each other babe, when they call each other mommy, when they call each other daddy, when they call each other bitch, when they call each other like, you know, shit like this, like there are dynamics that they're playing into that is supposed to, that's just supposed to be like, hot, I guess is the easiest way of saying it. Like a babe is still a baby. That's literally what a babe is. And they found a babe lying in a manger. Most of age play is a guy sleeping with a schoolgirl. I think I literally just disproved that. I think we literally just disproved that. That's why I just said age play shit is not necessarily this schoolgirl stuff. That like, that's what people think of, but all of these other things are extracted from age play that people find acceptable. Yeah, this person just commented a little bit ago and they said, oh, hey, did you know that that his Discord would host dedicated nights to watch you and huddle in VCs whenever you were live? and called it Tom Tent. Definitely the innocent, not obsessed beans. Who came up with Tom Tent? I don't remember. Who came up with the term Tom Tent? Read out for audio only people. So they said, did you know that JSTLK's Discord would host dedicated nights to watch you and huddled in VCs whenever you were live? They called it Tom Tent. Definitely the innocent, not obsessed beans. With a winky face or crying face or something. And I said, well, I make good content. But also, my community came up with the term Tom Tent. It's a term we all use for all of my content. But they were definitely obsessed weirdos. JSDLK was literally trying to be me. Like, he literally tried, like, ripping everything about my content and tried being me. Like, started inviting on all of the people that I had on my show, started engaging with all of them, started doing content that was my content. Like, there wasn't really many other people who covered, like, a lot of drama and politics and had just, like, constant, like, call-in shows where everybody could just hop on and, just having just, like, impromptu panels all the time and shit like that. I was the only person doing that until I just didn't want to anymore and got sick of it. And he said, oh yes, now I get to try to be Tom and do all the shit that he was doing before me. To be fair to JSTLK, he was trying to be Destiny. But he wasn't, though. Like, he wasn't. So the weird thing is that nobody ever called my show, like, the Destiny after show. Nobody ever called my show, like, I was never, like, a Destiny orbiter or anything like that until, well, I think some people had probably called me a Destiny orbiter, but it wasn't until Chud Logic started pushing this idea that after all of the shit blew up and all the drama blew up, Chud Logic started saying that Tom's mad because JSTLK is stealing all of his viewers, that they were in competition to be the Destiny after show. They were both in competition to be the top Destiny late night show and blah, blah, blah. JSTLK literally had, like, the Destiny after show in his title. Like, it was literally like the DGG after show, the Destiny late night show, like, shit like that. And I would never do that shit. That was fucking disgusting. That was embarrassing. And the fact that he set records on, like, adding Destiny all the time in his chat, in, like, a short period, the fact that he was always advertising his shit and trying to get it pushed into the DGG chat and all over the place. This is just stuff that I didn't do. Like, all of the things that they accused me of were things that I just didn't do, and he did. But then people like Queeman and all of them who were acting like I did these things then are good friends with JSTLK when he is literally doing these things. So, yeah. But yeah, the guy was, yes, he was definitely skinwalking me. He was trying to have on like all these people that I was having on and trying to do like these just call-in shows, impromptu panels covering the same types of topics, covering the same types of shit. And yeah, there just wasn't other shows doing that sort of thing. It was just me, and motherfucker just wanted to be me. The only difference is that he thought that I was bringing on all these chicks to try to get in their pants, so he started doing it. And then he found out that I wasn't actually doing it, and now he's mad at himself. Now he's mad at himself for actually doing it. Embarrassing. Is JSTLK mentally ill? He definitely is, like, he comes off as like uber sociopathic. The way that he's just capable of just being like it's completely inept of morals, has no idea what he looks like, has no idea what he sounds like, has no idea how he comes off to normal people. And that like he'll just straight up just continuously lie over and over and over. And even after he's like just objectively been caught in lies, he just keeps going. I think a lot of people never grew past high school drama and cliquey pettiness. Yeah, which is one of the things that I said where I was like, I got, when I started getting into this space and started like talking to people, initially I felt like really petty. Like I felt like maybe that's what I was doing, because when I would talk to a lot of these people, I would feel like these people are all like just fucking losers. Like they're all just so immature and nerdy and fucking weird, and they just feel like they never grew up. But then I thought maybe I'm being the high school person. Like they all come off that way to me, but maybe it's because I'm being immature, because I feel like this is like everybody that I run into. So maybe I'm still being the like, you know, popular jock kid who thinks he's too cool for school. And so I was like, okay, like I'm going to try to get rid of that. I'm going to try to like get rid of this mindset. Well, to be fair, Tom, you're in your 30s. All of the people that I was talking to were as well. What do you mean? They were all, it was all the same age. I don't want to call out like a lot of names, but like when we're talking about people like JSTLK, I think is one. But what on top of that, there was so many others. Like so many others. All of them were yeah, in their they were all like the same age as me. And so yeah, but I kept thinking I'm being too petty. And so I tried to just push through it. And I was like, yeah, I can hang with these people. I can do this anyways. And then yeah, all of them ended up being such pieces of shit in the end. And like lying about me and clicking up again and going over like, yeah, just like literally doing all this fucked up shit to where I looked back afterwards and was like, fuck, I was right, dude. I need to stick to my guns on this shit. Oh yes, let's go. JSTLK is more so immoral than just immature. Well, yeah. Like, it was funny because, I mean, I use this as an example a lot, but it's because of how, like, egregious it is that when he was trying to, like, prove that I was a sex pest, he literally brought on Lav and tried to get her to, like, call me a sex pest, and he kept pushing on, like, yeah, but he was, like, in your DMs, like, trying to hit on you and shit, right? And she's like, no, like, he was always, like, very professional, very respectful, never was, like, inappropriate in any way. He kept, like, yeah, but he was, like trying to, like, get with you without letting you know, with, like, plausible deniability, right? She's like, no, there's no reason to think that. Like, he was always fine. There's literally no reason to believe this. And and afterwards, I remember thinking, like, damn, dude, everybody thinks that, like, everybody told me for so long, Lav is somebody who will throw you under the bus at the first chance if she can get content out of it, if she can get clout out of it, if she can get, like, start some drama over it. She will fuck you over as soon as she gets the chance. And she just never did. She just never did, and she continued to, like, push back against that sort of shit. And even when the Kelly Jean shit blew up initially on that first stream, she kept saying, like, you guys are taking this stuff too far. Like, this is really cringe. Like, I'm leaving. Like, this is actually, like, really cringe, the way that you guys keep just, like, obsessing over Tom and, like, just over and over and over and over every fucking day. Like, this is really gross. And, like, yeah, she was definitely somebody who was much better than the rest. She did eventually, like, start talking shit in some ways, and so I was, yeah, I wasn't, like, I wasn't super, like, trying to be uber loyal in that way, but she was definitely Tom thinks he's special, but it's because he was so nice to her. She would throw him under the bus in many circumstances. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't think she ever threw me under the bus, and I don't think, I think at this point, like, after I banned her from my server, that's when she started going on JSTLKs. I banned her from my server. I didn't bring her on the show anymore. I stopped talking to her. I banned her from chat.
In honor of the last discussion, Mommy Milkers.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandon Cavallero. But yes, after I banned her everywhere, then JSTLK brought her on. So when you're saying, like, oh, it's only because Tom was so nice to her. No, I fucking banned her everywhere, chewed her out in DMs, and told her, like, you're fucking, like, I'm super pissed at you. Then I went live and, like, said, like, I'm burning this fucking bridge with Lav. Like, she's pissed me off. I'm not gonna fuck with this chick anymore. This is so fucking stupid. I can't believe she did this shit. This all happened after all of that. And yeah, she still didn't do it. So
The comprehensive idea, but we have some idea.
Okay, what is your explanation for where he got his wealth from?
So, I mean, I'm just going to note, and I'm not trying to be insulting or anything, but I'm just going to note that we're now pivoting once more away from the previous line of inquiry, and now you want to get back to how Epstein acquired his wealth, which is fine.
Yeah, because we're
But-
trying to. This I don't understand this. This is like we're trying to see that everything is
Because we don't-
connected. It's
we
a
don't-
total.
we don't-
It's not all connected though. That's the point. Is that you guys make it sound like it's all connected by the way that you engage in these fucking stupid conspiracy theories, and the rest of us who have brains are sitting here thinking, bro, like we just have facts. Like just go on the facts, and then if you ask a question with an implication, or you straight up claim a conspiracy and say, "What do you think about this?" After he responds, you should respond with, "Okay, fair enough. That didn't happen. I got it. Makes sense. But what about this?" And like actually give some concessions, or say, "I'll have to research this more in the future," or something. But this is what people who are like conspiracy minded like this do, is they never actually make concessions, and they'll sound like they're conceding something while really they're just like they don't have any way of arguing with it, and so they move on and pivot to something else, and then they'll show up somewhere else and make that same exact claim, which has been my experience with PF Young. Like I like PF Young, and we've had like a friendly relationship for a long time, but that has been my experience with him, is that like he'll go and make a claim somewhere, or with me, and I feel like I've like completely disproven that, or made clear that like he has no reason to believe it, and then I see him pop up on like Destiny's stream making the same fucking claim a little while later, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And so then I'll send him a DM with like tons of evidence and be like, yo, here's like all this proof, and he's like, oh shit, okay, I'll have to look into this. And then I see him again making the same fucking claim, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I literally each time said, like, if you have any disagreements, you know, I sent him a bunch of evidence to say, if you have any disagreements, hit me up. We can get into it. Like I'll be happy to like explain anything that you think is missing here. And I don't get that message, but I do get him making the claim again. So yeah, it is frustrating for people when they feel like it sounds like you believe something, but you never concede and say you don't believe it. It's, yeah, for people who want like honest engagements, it's going to be frustrating.
You don't like follow through any train of thought here to its culmination. You want to just hop to different inquiries.
There is no
which is fine.
culmination. Everything is connected to everything else, and so I'm trying to contextualize the broader picture. And
Okay.
I'm not. And that's why I said we brought you on. I'm not trying to like say. I don't think I've accused you of lying about anything yet. So
No, I'm not saying you accused me of lying.
Right.
I'm
So
just,
I've
like,
brought
noting
you
the
here.
argumentative sort of pattern here.
I think the argumentative pattern is coming from you. You bring up
No,
a
no,
point,
no.
and then I'm asking it to connect.
I mean, the
it.
pattern of argumentation.
Yeah, because I think this is. I mean, I think
Okay.
this is very reflective of how people sort of process the Epstein conspiracy, right?
Right. Well, and so the reason that it's argumentative is because Michael Tracy came on in the beginning saying that like everybody is super hyperbolic about this shit, and they believe a bunch of conspiracy theories that they don't actually have substantial evidence for, and that like this is just pretty much all it is. And he brings up just says like this is really all it is, and then brings up a couple of things that have no evidence and have no reason to believe, and then PF Young just hops from one conspiracy theory to another, just saying like, well, what about this one? But 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 what about this one? And it's like, okay, he started off saying that there's no evidence for any of these things, and there's no reason to believe them. So when you do this, like, well, what about this one? It sounds like you believe them. Like, it sounds like you think that these are credible. And that's why you're like, well, you're saying they're not real, but what about this? Like, that's how it comes off. And so obviously it's going to get a little frustrating when he's like, I keep laying out like all of this line of logic and like evidence, and you don't engage with it, yet seem to still keep buying these like crazy ideas that are all going to follow the same line of logic, that there's just no real evidence for this. So
Team no mommy or daddy cross mark.
okay. Keith is gay. That's what it is.
Is that they grab little sort of discrete random things, and then they think that if you smush those all together, that somehow provides persuasive proof.
Correct. This is
of
what Whitney Webb does.
Yes, that is called that.
This
That
is
is
exactly what Whitney Webb does. Who, if people haven't seen it, go to my website, Substack, mtracy.net, and I prove just beyond any reasonable doubt that she just makes stuff up. I mean, she goes on podcasts, she throws out these data points that seem plausible to the untrained eye or the uninformed. Who, if people haven't seen it, go to my website, Substack, mtracy.net, and I prove just beyond any reasonable doubt that she just makes stuff up. I mean, she
Is he talking about Guthrie again, or who's he talking about right now?
She goes on podcasts, she throws out these data points that seem plausible to the untrained eye or the uninformed viewer.
Okay, I don't know. I'm familiar with Whitney Webb by name, but I don't know any of her
Whitney
stuff.
Webb.
No, I'm just giving her one example of what JJ was talking about.
Okay, that's fine.
The
But
so-called
this is
prestigious Epstein researchers who engage in this.
okay. But this is a basic. It's like it's sort of an epistemological question of like, at what point is someone entitled to believe that something is true if there's no single piece of evidence proving it? It's like, is the answer never? Because when you create the Gestalt image,
So even the claim of single piece of evidence proving it, there's never anything that is real proof of something happening in the past. Like that doesn't really exist. So let's say I'm on trial for killing somebody, right? And they say that I went into this gas station and I shot somebody. And then they show video. And there it is. That's me. That's my face. Those are my clothes. And I walk into a place and I shoot somebody, right? You see it with your own fucking eyes. I walk in and I shoot these people. And then after I say, that's not me. That is not me. That was fucking AI, or it's a lookalike or something, but that is definitely not me. Like somebody like tried to look like me, and like how do you prove that was me? How do you prove that was me? You can't. That's why we literally use the term beyond a reasonable doubt, right? You have to use reasonability in these circumstances. Nothing is proven. Nothing is ever proven outside of the fact that we use reasonability to say, okay, I think this is enough information to say that this is proof. That's how this works. You can't just you can't just claim proof. And so when he's saying, like, he is using this presupposition that proof exists and that he could believe something without proof. It's, well, no. That's like the whole point of believing something, is to say that like if it exists, then yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
When you have many different individual coincidences, that if you come up with a story that explains away all of them, fine, but then there's a single through line of this is who Epstein was and this is who his connections were. Okay, it ties it together more. So I guess my question, like, it's for example, I don't have any evidence for sure. I don't have any empirical evidence, a smoking gun piece of evidence that Bill Clinton knew that Jeffrey Epstein, was abusing children, or even that Donald Trump knew it. He said he likes them young. It's like, okay, that's one piece of evidence. I can put it in, or one piece of circumstantial evidence that I can put into a broader picture here using common sense and deductive reasoning, and say, yeah, there's a high likelihood. I'm going to act as if it is the case that, yeah, Donald Trump probably did know what Epstein was doing, and probably is implicated in the Epstein files in some way, not through pedophilia, but certainly through embarrassment of, being recorded having sex with some 19-year-old or whatever. It's like, to say that, because I don't have any smoking evidence for that. Am I wrong, or is it foolish of me to even have that probability of belief?
I mean, I agree that this is an epistemological question. That's a good way of putting it, actually.
Yeah.
And I find it bizarre that you are operating within an epistemological framework which leads you to conclude without any concrete evidence that however you're now characterizing this theory must be true if you also concede that the central accuser, sorry to go back to this, but the central accuser who spawned these maximalist theories around child sex trafficking was a serial, if you want to call it fabulist, fabricator, liar, however you'd like to describe it. If you're conceding to that and that doesn't impact your construction of an epistemology around what is reasonable to believe about this issue, then I just question,
It does.
I guess, the
I
reasonability of your epistemology.
Okay, well, I don't think you're listening because I said I
I'm
don't
listening.
think this is fundamentally about a blackmail ring per se. This is
What
about
is it
a
fundamentally
broader-
about?
Hold on, Mike Benz, for example, who's I don't know what
Who
your
has
opinion
made
of
up
Mike
a bunch
Benz
of
is.
stuff too.
Right, he himself says this is not a story about blackmail. It's likely that Jeffrey Epstein was an access agent. That's what the broader story is here. That's what his connections are to Ehud Barak and all that. So the idea that it has to be around a blackmail ring and it's this formal thing where there's a client list and all that, and it's like that's not nothing is that black and white and cut and dry. And so I'm trying to just understand where there are gaps here. That's why I'm asking, and I'm not asking you as a, well, where do you get his wealth? If you can't answer that, you're wrong. I'm genuinely curious as someone who is skeptical of a lot of this stuff. I'm trying to, better
Okay, let's
inform
go to his
myself.
wealth.
So
That's
I'm
fine.
not spreading misinformation like the Lolita Express was referred to. We have that there's any evidence that anyone referred to the Lolita Express other than the tabloids.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a tabloid invention, and now people just assume that that's what Jeffrey Epstein and Bill
Okay, there you
Clinton
go.
referred to this private
Right.
jet. That's what
it
is
is. Yes.
insane.
So it is. Yes, it is good to know.
And do you think
that
the
that
United
is not-
States would let? You think the United States Customs Authority would allow a plane called the Lolita Express to just freely land in
the United
Florida or
States
whatever?
would allow a lot of terrible.
Perhaps, but I mean, in any event, it's not what it was referred to.
Yeah. So
In terms of the wealth, I mean, look, I would love for there to be a forensic audit of how Epstein acquired every last penny of his wealth. And there are perhaps some gaps in terms of the public understanding of how he acquired all his wealth. It doesn't mean there's no information. We know, for instance, that he was the money manager for one of the wealthiest people in the United States, Leslie Wexner, who owned Victoria's Secret and The Limited and other like women's clothing enterprises and so forth. And according to Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz, who represented Epstein in the 2007-2008 plea negotiations that led to the non-prosecution agreement, Epstein told Dershowitz, and Dershowitz said he hadn't confirmed this to be unambiguously true in every respect, but what Epstein told Dershowitz was that Epstein received 1% of essentially, I would imagine, Wexner's annual revenues. And for somebody who's worth like $9 billion, just do the arithmetic in terms of what that can add up to. And then Epstein also did money management and like tax advice and so forth for other billionaires like Leon Black. And Leon Black had his relationship with Epstein audited by a accounting firm in 2021. It was submitted to the SEC. So you can't rely on that unless you want to get yourself in legal trouble with the SEC. And it reports essentially that Epstein was calculated to have saved Leon Black hundreds of I don't have the exact figure at the top of my head, but I think over $100 million in terms of tax avoidance, and that Epstein got a certain percentage of that. And by Leon Black's lights, it was worthwhile in terms of what he saved. Now, I think there were, and he engaged in like currency trading and so forth. He engaged in other business like enterprises. So there is stuff that is known about how he acquired his wealth. I'm not saying the totality of it is known. I'm not saying I wouldn't want more information about every dimension of his fortune, but to say that there's no information at all about how he acquired his wealth.
Right. So this is kind of the point, is that like when we're looking at this, there are things that are suspicious about this. But that's kind of like where all of this leads over and over, is that there's always things that are suspicious about the stuff with Epstein, but that doesn't mean that it's untrue. When we look at the evidence that we have, that's all we can go on. We can only go on the evidence that we do have. And so just saying that something makes it suspicious or makes you wonder or makes you think, there could be another conclusion to this, that's fine. You don't have that evidence though. Like just saying that there's something that makes you question it. If you have something substantial that actually like pushes back against something, and the weight of that evidence is just as good or better than the other evidence.
PF is a closeted Christian nationalist / racist man shrugging.
I don't think he's a closeted Christian nationalist. I don't even think he's a Christian. So, but I do think he does a lot of sweeping for them. I think there's, I think a lot of times people say that, like, you know, I'm being too charitable or I'm being too fair or things like that a lot, right? But I think that lots of times people really do just have trouble with, like, understanding logic and lines of reasoning and like how to, like, weight different types of evidence. And there's, I know that I was that person for a while, and I know that when I'm talking to other people who are claiming, like, things that I think are really stupid, I think, yeah, well, they seem to have trouble with understanding, like, how to weight evidence and how to come to conclusions, because I was definitely that person for a good period of time. But lots of people, they don't do that. They think, oh, this person's claiming this, well, they're just lying. It's like, why would they be lying? And why would their, like, audience continue to believe those things? Like, the shit that people believe about January 6th, right? The shit that they believe about January 6th isn't them lying. A lot of it is, like, probably some cognitive dissonance to some extent. It's probably them thinking, well, this is what my team is supposed to believe, and if I don't say this as well, then my team is going to disown me, and they're gonna say that I'm a leftist now. And so, like, there's a fear, there's a like a firewall that makes it to where you can never even consider whether or not, like, being wrong. Like, you're never actually able to consider, well, maybe we're the baddies, you know? But yeah, I think that, like, the most of the time when we're talking to people that, like, we heavily disagree with, it's very rare that they're going to just be lying about, like, ideas like this. It's very, very rare that that's going to be the case. Most of the time, it's going to be that they just have a lot of trouble understanding these things. And if they were lying, they would probably avoid going public and talking about it whatsoever. If someone is sweeping for Christian nationalists, what does that make them? Well, it doesn't. It definitely does not make them a Christian nationalist. If you don't know, see, this is the problem that people, this is another thing. You're doing the thing that I'm literally talking about. You're doing it right now. You're like, what is evidence of somebody being a Christian nationalist? Them stating Christian nationalist beliefs. Not sweeping for it, not whitewashing it, not making it seem like it's not so bad, not, standing up for people who have Christian nationalist beliefs, not, like, taking Christian nationalist beliefs and saying, no, that's not Christian nationalism. That's just kind of average, conservatism. Like, that doesn't mean that person is likely a Christian nationalist if they never profess any of those beliefs, but they just happen to sweep for them a lot. That's not what that is. This is like when there was a day when I was listening to Kanye West's new song, Heil Hitler. And I'm sitting there, like, pretending like, oh, this is fucking good. And I get up and start, like, heiling, doing the Heil Hitler salute and goose stepping and shit. And then a bunch of, like, nutcases on TikTok clip that and then run around saying, look, he's a neo-Nazi. He did a goose step and a Heil Hitler. And it's like, wait, that's not evidence of being a fucking Nazi. Like, that all of my beliefs are, like, liberal Democrat beliefs. How the fuck could you ever come to the conclusion that I'm a neo-Nazi when I've never professed any neo-Nazi beliefs? Like, that's insane. By this idea, anybody who's ever been in a movie, any actor who was ever in a movie where they played a Nazi, you can just screenshot the, them in the movie in a SS uniform and say, look, here's evidence that they're a Nazi. Like, that's not how that works. You can't do that. Like, the intent in the action is what matters, and like what it is that you're actually engaging in is what matters. The definition of a neo-Nazi is not one who does Hitler salutes. The definition of a neo-Nazi is one who like believes similar, has similar ideology to those who were Nazis. Like, that's that. It's generally going to be like white nationalism, anti-Semitism. That's pretty much it. Like, fascistic beliefs, white nationalism, and anti-Semitism is pretty much all you need to be considered a neo-Nazi. But it's not one who goose steps and does Hitler salutes and says Heil Hitler or listens to Kanye West, and like that's not what a neo-Nazi is. So you have to like start with a definition and then say, what evidence do I have of them falling into this definition? Not what evidence do I have of them doing things that I don't like that makes me feel like they're helping the people who do fall into that definition, whether on purpose or otherwise. Like, you have to actually include intent into these things. You need to consider like what it is they actually do, what it is they actually believe, what it is that they intend with those actions or with those statements.
It's just not true.
Well, let me
say that. Hold on, no, I want to, because specifically the Les Wexner signing over power of attorney to Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
What is your explanation for that? That seems utterly insane to me. And this is
Tommy, that's not the same thing. Come on. What do you mean it's not the same thing? I didn't say it was the same thing. Do you think I said it was the same thing? I gave you an example of how we work through evidence based on ideology. I just gave you an example of how you come to a conclusion of ideology. I never at any point claimed that those two things were the same thing. Ever. But this is, you are doing the things that we're currently talking about. You're doing them now. Like, you just said those aren't the same things, as though I ever claimed they were the same things. I never even implied it. I just gave an example of like how you can go through thought processes of evidence to claim somebody has a certain ideology. That's it. Never said these two things are the same, these two things are analogous, or anything remotely close. Is P.F. Young acting or making fun of Christian nationalists like you were making fun of the Yay song? No. Again, I never claimed that those two things were analogous. Why are you doing this again? It never happened. Why are you arguing against things I never said? So is someone sweeping for the Nazis or Hitler, does that make them try to normalize? I don't know what that means. Does that make them try to normalize it? Do you mean, does that mean that they're trying to normalize it? No. That doesn't infer like an intent. If they don't think that a group of people, if they don't think like a group of ideas fall under neo-Nazism, it's possible that they actually don't think they fall under neo-Nazism, that they just don't have a good understanding of what a neo-Nazi is, and that they just incidentally happen to be sweeping for neo-Nazis, not on purpose, but just because they truly don't understand what being a neo-Nazi is. They have a bad idea of what it means to be a neo-Nazi, and so they're making arguments from ignorance, not from like malice. Because if they did have those ideas, they would likely just be professing them, not just incidentally sweeping for them.
This is kind of a central element to it. So what is your hypothesis?
I don't have a full explanation. I would love for Wexner to be deposed. So, I'm not against disclosure. I'm not against additional information. I agree with people who want release of quote files or anything else. However, if you go and look at the the early series of magazine profiles on Epstein, 2002 and 2003, New York Magazine and Vanity Fair, they discuss this Leslie Wexner connection, and some people do contemporaneously report that they find it mysterious. Others say that it's more explicable. But one thing that Epstein was apparently doing was providing very rarefied services to this rarefied group of very high net worth individuals, right? Because when he was at Bear Stearns, he ended up in a department essentially of Bear Stearns where he was mastering fairly presciently certain complex financial maneuvers for high net worth individuals. And then he created his own essentially boutique firm to service a small number of extremely high net worth individuals. And one of the services that he was thought to have been able to provide to, for example, Leslie Wexner, and why he would have been granted power of attorney, or at least one reason, it was, for example, if Leslie Wexner's daughter was being courted by a gentleman who was maybe suspected as just having wanted to get a piece of his daughter's inheritance, Jeffrey Epstein could be the guy.
I mean, P.F. Young is not an ignorant person. Well, I don't even know what that means for somebody to be an ignorant person. Like, I am likely ignorant on topics. There's tons of times where I make claims that I turn out to be wrong on, which means that I was ignorant on those topics, or that I lacked the right amount of information to even make a claim in the first place. But I thought I had the right amount of information. I thought I was correct at the time. But I turned out to be wrong. And there's probably some things that I've claimed that I was wrong on that I still think is true, that I'm still wrong on. Like, there's these things happen. So to say he's not an ignorant person, I don't even know what that means. Like, he was and maybe is ignorant on the topics of white nationalism and neo-Nazism. From every conversation that I've heard from him, he seems to be very ignorant on these topics. And I've had numerous conversations with him about like Russia and Israel, Palestine, and crap like that. He seems to be ignorant on these topics. Like, he seems to be just missing a lot of information and is categorizing things incorrectly.
To tell the daughter that she must get a prenuptial agreement before marrying this guy, and then that would spare Wexner from having to have such an uncomfortable conversation with his daughter. So there were services along those lines that were very specific and individualized that Epstein could have provided. Again, I want to hear all the information about the nature of the Wexner-Epstein relationship. I'm not denying that there's more that could be known, but I'm saying there is stuff that is known.
Okay, that's fair. It is the idea that Wexner would sign over power of attorney to avoid a uncomfortable.
So, like, what's the theory that Wexner signed over power of attorney?
I don't know.
For the Mossad, for a sex blackmail operation.
I don't know. Well, we can get to the ties with Ehud Barak and all that later, I suppose. But JJ, do you want to jump in?
I want to pivot the conversation a little bit. Like, if we're talking about this as a matter of politics, Michael, like, obviously this is now this sort of big sort of scandal looming problem for the White House. Let's say that, like, if Trump called you up, Michael, and sort of says, look, Michael, I've got this big problem with the whole Epstein thing. What should I do? If you were giving the president, like, damage control advice, what do you think he should be doing right now that he's not doing?
Yeah. Well, he hasn't called me yet, but if he were to call me, I guess this is what I would tell him. First of all, everybody knows that you had a long-standing social relationship with Epstein. He might have even had a business relationship with Epstein that we've not been fully apprised of. We know that you were in the same Palm Beach, Manhattan social circles. We know that you had a mutual interest, let's say, in
beautiful
younger
women
models.
and young
Doesn't
women.
mean pedophilia, but younger women who were in the modeling industry, who were aspiring models. Donald Trump was a beauty pageant proprietor. Epstein
we know that there are affidavits of girls claiming that both Epstein and Trump raped them at age 13, that are unsubstantiated, I suppose we would say. It's hard to say unsubstantiated, because when you have like 3 fucking affidavits claiming this, it feels substantiated, but I don't know how to categorize this. We don't know how substantial the substantiated claims are. I don't know. I don't even know how to categorize this as evidence. Like, it's a very confusing thing here where we have people who have claimed under penalty of perjury that, oh my goodness, what the fuck? Did that thing literally just spawn right in front of me? Am I blind, or did that just spawn right in front of me? Am I blind? What the fuck just happened? Did that really just spawn right fucking in front of me like that? Even know how to categorize this thing here where we have people who have claimed under penalty of perjury. Oh my goodness, I didn't see it. I did not see that thing at all. I did not see that at all. That's wild, bro. Fuck. I did not see that fucking thing. Shit. Alright, well fuck. Fuck me then. But yeah, anyways, it's hard for me to categorize this. Like, when we have people who sign affidavits, 3, under penalty of perjury, claiming that these things happened, and then they just drop the case and walk away, and we're told by the lawyer that they were afraid for their lives and that they had gotten lots of threats, and then we never hear from them ever again. And this is like before Epstein is this big name that, like, before anybody knew he was this fucking crazy pedophile guy. This person claims that Donald Trump and Epstein brutally raped her when she was 13 in the late 90s. And we just never hear from her again. That's it. Like, this is such a weird case that, like, but we have evidence. We just don't know, like, what to do with it. How many people claim you're a Nazi, Tom? More than 3. A claim is not really evidence alone, in my opinion. What do you mean? In terms of what? In terms of the rape? In terms of what? There's much more substantiated claims to hang your hat on. With Donald Trump? No, there's not. I don't know what you're talking about. No, there's not. But anyways, the right, this is, you're again, I don't know how to, like, explain to you guys what it is that you're doing, but when you say, like, people claimed that I'm a Nazi, like, that's not, the evidence that they're using is that I did a Nazi salute, right? That's their evidence, is that I marched around doing a fucking Nazi salute. Well, that is not that's not challenged. I'm never saying that never happened, right? I'm never saying I never marched around doing a Nazi salute. That's so where you're saying, well, people claimed this. Well, the thing that they're claiming is that I did a Nazi salute. That's their claim. That's their evidence, right? I never said that this didn't happen. I challenge whether or not that is evidence of me being a Nazi, right? Or I challenge saying that there's way more substantial evidence out there proving that I'm not. Even if that was evidence, it's such a small amount compared to the plethora of evidence in the other direction. In the case of Donald Trump and Epstein with this 13-year-old girl, there's not a plethora of other evidence that disproves this. And the only way we could know what happened there is from people who say what happened there. We can only go on testimony. And if we have 3 people testifying that this is what happened, And then we have Donald Trump and Epstein saying it didn't happen when we already know they are like horrific liars when it comes to anything about themselves that's condemning or otherwise. They just don't count. So there's like nothing disproving this, nothing going against it, nothing that hurts this evidence, but because it didn't go through the court process, now that evidence just feels tainted, as though it's not something that's that we could use. But if those people ever went public and made the claims and stood behind their affidavits, I think that we would feel very differently about it. But because they didn't, and when we have evidence for why they didn't go through the court process, saying that they were being threatened, that they were afraid for their lives, that like we have all of these claims, we have reasons to make sense of why we don't have a court process. So yeah, it's not, these things aren't comparable. Like, these are totally different types of things that we're talking about here. Somebody just claiming that I'm a Nazi isn't evidence of anything. They would have to present evidence that I'm a Nazi. Somebody claiming that they were raped, that is evidence of them being raped.
Was involved with Victoria's Secret by way of his relationship with Wexner. And so it's not that mysterious to understand how their paths could have crossed. And we have video and photos of them at parties and such together. We know there's evidence that Trump placed phone calls to Epstein's Palm Beach house at various points. So I would say just acknowledge the extent of your relationship with Epstein and deny that that could in any way implicate you in child sex trafficking. I mean, it's ridiculous. But the problem is that Trump, even as dismissive as he has been.
Yeah, he just keeps lying about it and saying like, oh, I never liked him. Everybody knows that I never liked him. Everybody knows. Like, no, everybody knows that you did like him.
This whole story. I mean, my suspicion is that Trump kind of like secretly would agree with me about most of this, based on, partially anyway, his firsthand knowledge and experience with both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And that's part of why he's saying stuff like the Epstein files are a hoax, or this is all bullshit. But then, given his imprecision of language and his like addled nature, he starts conflating that with, oh, that means that every Epstein file was planted by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and John Brennan and James Comey or something, which doesn't even make any sense. Yeah. So I would just urge transparency as to the nature of his relationship with Epstein, so everybody can stop feverishly speculating. There's already plenty in the public record. If he did send a birthday card or birthday note or birthday joke thing to Epstein in 2003 or whenever it was to celebrate his 50th birthday, who cares? Like, what is that supposed to signify? Nothing. It signifies that they had a social relationship, which we know anyway. So that's what I would tell him. And especially if you want to tamp down the political controversy, because if you just like every so often are asked about Epstein and you say it's a hoax, or if you're asked about Virginia Giuffre, as he was on Air Force One recently, and say, oh, she was, quote, stolen from Mar-a-Lago, people who are like chronically and catastrophically underinformed about this will make the most salacious possible inferences. So I would tell him basically a variation of what I've advocated, which is maximum disclosure and transparency, because I think it's a cliche, but sunlight really is the best disinfectant. And as more and more disclosures have been made, the fundamental mythology that people peddle around this continues to unravel.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've always felt that a lot would be, like, if Trump was at all a sort of sane or normal politician, a lot could be gained if he just kind of had, do you remember when Barack Obama had that speech about the Reverend Wright, back when there was all this sort of allegation about their relationship?
2008
like,
campaign.
Yeah, if Trump, you know, was a more normal politician, you know, you could imagine him having a speech and sort of saying, like, look, folks, this story has gotten way out of control. Here's the facts. Let me just lay it out on the line, and so on and so forth. But, you know,
and he's ensuring that it continues to be a political controversy because he sent his deputy attorney general to go interview Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, and then after that, she gets transferred to a lower level security prison. And I think that it's totally defensible for Maxwell to be given some degree of clemency, whether in exchange for her public testimony or not, because of my issues with the evidence and legalities of her conviction. But that aside, to even take that step is going to ensure that this is a hugely dominant political controversy. So if that's going to be the case, then just do maximum transparency and disclosure. And I think that will That would be to Trump's benefit, but it would also be to the benefit of, for example, Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or whomever else that people want to accuse of having been implicated in the child sex trafficking operation. And maybe Trump would like people to continue speculating that Bill Clinton was the real culprit here because he went to the island or something, which it's not even clear that Bill Clinton ever went to the island.
But Trump has said, Trump has explicitly sort of said these sorts of things, right? And like this is
he's saying,
sort of
it's Larry Summers and Bill Clinton who are the real wrongdoers here. So I mean, Trump is he's all over the place on this as usual.
Yes. And obviously, as we know, like a big part of sort of the MAGA brand is very invested in the maximalist sort of interpretation of the Epstein conspiracy theory, right? And it's actually just, as you know, Michael, it's like a relatively new phenomenon that there's people on the left that are sort of embracing it because now it's sort of seen as something that can be used against Trump, whereas previously it was used primarily to beat down,
Wait, okay. There's not really a whole lot of people who are embracing the like conspiracy theory aspects of this. It's very few that are actually like embracing the conspiratorial parts. Now, they exist, especially on TikTok. I keep hearing people all over TikTok who are still claiming that Kamala won the election and that Donald Trump and Elon Musk stole it, and that they think that like when Elon Musk was saying that he had more bombs to drop and then all of a sudden stopped and apologized and went the other direction, they think that he was getting ready to out that they stole the election. And there's like claims about, oh, well, there's some cities that have literally 0 votes for Kamala. That's literally impossible. So we know that they rigged the election and blah, blah, blah. Like, I hear this pretty often now to where it's, there are people on TikTok who will say just about anything that MAGA will. But the idea that like mainstream people are getting into Epstein conspiracy theories, I don't think that's really true. I don't like, maybe populist people like Cenk Uygur or Kyle Kowinski or something like that are doing that, sure. But yeah, like CNN is not like pushing any of this shit. Like MSNBC and, Politico, like they're pushing the hypocrisy from Donald Trump and his administration saying that they were going to do this. They're not pushing the Epstein conspiracy theories.
Bill Clinton.
Well, it's both. Like when Epstein died in prison, it was it was a cross-ideological reaction.
That's true.
Because Trump was in power at that time as well, and Bill Barr was the attorney general. And people said, "Oh, wasn't Bill Barr the headmaster when Jeffrey Epstein was first hired at the Dalton School?" And actually, the full sequence of chronology there is not particularly clear in terms of whether Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr, actually even did hire Epstein. But whatever it was, there was more of a left-wing component initially.
But it is interesting.
Because it harnessed the power of Me Too. Like 2018, Julie K. Brown published this Miami Herald series, and I have a whole thing that I wrote on Julie K. Brown, which is still mind-boggling. People can go read on my Substack. But she credits Me Too for having galvanized interest in the renewed interest in the Epstein case, and actually even catalyzed federal prosecutors to re-prosecute Epstein starting in 2018 and then culminating in his indictment and arrest in July of 2019. So it was a Me Too story in a lot of ways, and it was used to attack Trump. Because if you go look at the headline in Julie K. Brown's first article in her series in the Miami Herald in 2018, it's Trump's labor secretary, Alex Acosta, gave a sweetheart deal to Jeffrey Epstein, etc. So it was like it was like a proxy for attacking Trump, essentially. So no, they actually did have a left liberal component, valence to it initially. I guess it became more thoroughgoingly right wing when Trump was out of power.
Well, and Acosta ended up stepping down because it became like such a big distraction.
Because the speculation came to be that the Biden administration, was covering up, as Kash Patel put it, a list of pedophiles because it would implicate their friends and donors or whatever.
Well, I mean,
now Trump's back in power, so it's more of a left-wing resonance or valence to it, but it goes back and forth depending on who's in power.
It does, although I would say that even in Trump's own, in Trump's first term, that's when QAnon arose, and this obviously fits very tightly into sort of QAnon theology. And I think that there's always Yeah, although I would say it's interesting in some degree because something that you do hear from sort of like the left-wing sort of Epstein conspiracy theorists is they'll sort of concede that, like, fine, I'll throw Bill Clinton under the bus. I'm sure he was, whatever, right? Whereas, you don't have that on the right because the right is still kind of has to deal with this weird contradiction where they can believe the maximalist interpretation of the Epstein conspiracy, but then also kind of have to process that, there's as much evidence, such as it is, implicating Trump as there is implicating anybody else.
Every time I talk to right-wingers about this stuff, they don't even know about the evidence against Donald Trump. Like, they're totally unaware that, like, I feel like literally every time I've ever brought up Donald Trump, they say, like, oh, Trump hated Epstein. Like, we just played the video of Destiny debating the guy where he's saying, oh yeah, no, Trump wasn't friends with him. Destiny's like, yes, they were friends. And he's like, well, only in like the 90s. Like they always like have these like weird like differences in timelines. They have these weird differences in what actually happened or what was actually going on. To where they don't know like the full extent. They don't know that Trump and Epstein both claimed that they were friends for a long period of time. I think Trump said 15 years. Epstein said 10 years. And that like Trump said this stuff like in like 2004 or something like that. So, and said that he was a great guy back then. So yeah, he didn't kick him out of his hotels or anything until like 2007. He just recently said that Epstein stole young women from his Mar-a-Lago spas and crap. Like there's no way that you can. And he said that he did it once, and he had to have a stern talking to with Epstein, and then he did it again. And that's when he had to kick him out. Like, what? He's allowed to like steal young women and traffic them, and then you're just like, oh well, time to have a stern talking to with you, buddy.
So they kind of then have to come up with a very convoluted reason why Trump is actually still a hero, even if the maximalist interpretation of the conspiracy is true. And that's when you get like all this weird QAnon stuff, like, well, Trump was on the inside and was infiltrating, and he was only, it's like that.
Yes, I believe. Like, I don't think it's that they don't always say, I didn't know that. They say like, where did you get that from? Or they say like, ooh, show me evidence of that. That's not true. Like, that's what they say. They say, or that never happened. Nuh-uh. Like, that's what they say. They don't ever say, like, oh, I didn't know that. I never heard of this. They say, nuh-uh, no, show me. I don't believe you. Like, that's what they say. So, yes, no, I do believe it because it's so common. And because they're all kind of stuck in their own, like, echo chambers that they probably don't hear any of this shit. I don't ever see right-wingers, like, reporting on this stuff or clapping back on it. And this is something that like the right wing does pretty well. If you get on Twitter, there are like a bunch of accounts that are great fucking propagandists, dude. These people are like just the biggest Trump dick sucks. And it's amazing. Like I like getting into this and like realizing how many of these accounts are just these hardcore Trump dick sucks. They do not ever engage in like challenging arguments against them. They don't ever debunk things against Trump. All they do is like gotchas on shit and then a whole lot of dick sucking. Like just recently, I think Trump went to Ireland and there was like a video of a group of like 10 people when Trump's plane landed, who were standing there cheering when he landed. And this video was posted by all the fucking dick sucks, going, wow, this is such a beautiful moment. I'm literally crying watching this. The people in Ireland love Trump so much. He's affected so many people's lives and has been such a huge inspiration for people that even all the way on another continent, they love him so much that they would stand out in the cold rain waiting for his plane to land. Like, it's just... like, and this is the stuff that, like, they just keep posting stuff like this. Or, you know, Attorney General Pam Bondi just proved that Russiagate was a hoax. We knew it all along. MAGA 2020 30. I don't know. It's just stuff like that. Like, or, you know, Donald Trump is here to save the world. Who's with me? Comment if you believe Donald Trump is a true patriot. Like, this is it. Like, this is it. This is all they do all day, every day. And it's not just them. It's people like Tulsi Gabbard. It's people like, you know, people who are part of the administration. They just post like fluff pieces or nice things about their guy, and that's it. Whereas, like, when a bunch of fucked up shit about Trump is going around saying that he was part of the Epstein files and crap like that, they don't post that. They don't go and debunk that. They don't go and argue against it. They don't quote tweet those people and say, "Nuh-uh." They just ignore it and keep posting about, like, how hot Trump's wife is, and like this is just all they do. Or how trans people are taking over all of the bathrooms, or, you know, that's it.
Joke on The Simpsons. He was only there to get instructions on how to get away from there, right? So I don't know. Like, the whole thing is just so preposterous.
And that's true. I mean, there are people on the left who will say, we have no interest in protecting Bill Clinton, and it's true, they probably don't. I mean, I'm sure they opposed Hillary Clinton and supported Bernie Sanders or whatever in the Democratic primaries. So they don't have a vested interest in, like, clinging to the unsullied reputation of Bill Clinton at this point. Whereas people on the right more have to at least kind of concoct some rationalization where Trump is exempted from their worst theories around Epstein. And that's why in the past you had this narrative that was sort of contrived where Trump was actually supposed to be the hero in the situation because he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
In 2004 or
Trump is
whatever
Q,
it was.
right? Isn't that who Q is?
I thought
or is
Q was this guy Ezra Cohen or something. Doesn't matter.
I have a few more
but yeah,
questions.
but there was a left. I mean, I think we should be clear that there was more of a left.
Q turned out to be like the owner and like one of the founders of 4chan. Apparently, but somebody hacked the account after a post from Q, and like revealed like they got like the IP address and everything, and then hacked the account and said that like they outed all of the evidence showing that it was the guy, and there was enough for it to be like pretty noteworthy. I wouldn't say it was like objective proof or anything, but it was definitely a lot. It was definitely a lot to where he was by far the most likely person to have done it. So yeah, it's that is the best evidence I believe we have was that guy. He's like I think he was like a fat Indian guy or something like that, if I remember correctly. Something.
Wing valence to this when it first sort of arose. It's a Me Too style issue. True and On, this podcast, which I admit I haven't listened to, so maybe I shouldn't speak with too much depth about it, but they like started as a podcast apparently to cover Epstein, and they're like a socialist type podcast.
Yeah, this is part of the Paul. Do you know True and On?
The dirtbag left.
This is part of sort of the Joshua Cinderella cinematic universe. I think. Is it Young Chomsky who's the True and On guy?
Oh, is that who it is? I listened to the Young Chomsky.
I don't think it's Young. It's this guy Brace, and there's a woman who's his co-host whose name is escaping. Liz.
Regardless, I do have a few more specific questions, and then JJ, I don't know if you have any other final.
In fairness to the people on the left who covered this, even if they got like a little bit over their skis in terms of the facts, I do think on the left, like the critique that would be made or like the interpretation of Epstein stuff would be at least a little bit more coherent in terms of like an analysis that maybe had like a little bit almost like of a Marxian inflection of power structures.
Yeah, rich people getting away with all this bullshit.
Whereas on the right, it's kind of more feverishly invested in like demonic Democrats whose whose cover up of pedophile rings is what fundamentally explains how power is organized in society or something. So there are like differences in the left and right wing interpretation, maybe, but they kind of still fundamentally converge on the same endpoint.
Okay, I have, and again, I'm asking you these not as gotchas. You can't explain them, therefore you're wrong. It's a genuine, based on your research. What is your hypothesis for this? But the attorney, the attorney general of the U.S. Virgin Islands, who launched a lawsuit against, was it J.P. Morgan, and then was fired and replaced, and now I believe the current U.S. Virgin Islands attorney general was the defense attorney for the Epstein estate that the original attorney general launched a lawsuit against.
Well, yeah, I don't think Q ever made another post after that either. I think I believe that was the last. That was the last time Q ever posted. So,
what is your explanation?
I'm not sure if that's 100% right. I have to double check the facts. This is when I'm not clear on the facts, I'll just say so, and I'm not going to speculate. So I would have to go check that. I admit.
Okay, because I watched your debate with Sagar and Jetty, and when he brought that up, that was the most like.
Well, I don't think he brought.
One.
Did he bring that up? I don't remember him bringing that up, at least in the form of a question to me. I don't remember addressing.
No, he didn't. That's why. No, he brought it up, and then I think he just kind of gish-galloped and gave 5 other points. So that's why I was curious to hear if
which is what often happens here. Like we can't stay focused on one discrete point. So I think I generally know what you're alluding to, but I don't. After this stream, I'll go look more into it with more specificity.
Okay. The Epstein getting the Saudi.
It is clear, and it is clear that Epstein, did like quote unquote philanthropic giving to a lot of civil society institutions, including the Virgin Islands, so as to potentially get more permissive treatment or lenient treatment, especially when it came to pass that he had to register as a sex offender. And each individual jurisdiction has different requirements in terms of the sex offender registration or registry. So, I mean, my recollection is that he gave money to different civil society groups in the Virgin Islands, and then that was sort of cited as by his lawyers in the course of their communications with Virgin Islands officials having to do with his conditions for the sex offender registry. So I've never denied that Epstein used his enormous wealth and hired very prominent, influential attorneys to represent him that pulled out all the stops or conjured whatever rationale they could or tactic they could to try to get him the most beneficial possible treatment over the course of his legal snafus.
That's fair. The Epstein having multiple fake passports, including the Saudi Arabian passport. Do you have any?
Well, how many fake passports did he have?
I don't. I know he had the Saudi Arabian one. We know that. I believe it was reported there were more than a few, but I could be wrong.
It was fake.
This was litigated when he was arrested in July of 2019, or it was referenced in the pretrial motions once he was in the federal jail facility in Manhattan. And I think, again, I would have to go double check, but I think there was one sort of irregular passport that was recovered. And the rationale was that he, in traveling to Saudi Arabia in the 80s or something, he had,
twisted.
I believe, don't quote me on this exactly, I think it was an Austrian passport. And it was the idea was that if he couldn't do business dealings in Saudi Arabia as a Jew, or he was advised that
this is all just a conspiracy theory that was put forward by the Clintons and Obama to try to ruin Trump's reputation. Epstein wasn't even a real person, and they just made the whole thing up to try to hurt Trump.
If it was known to the Saudi customs officials that he was Jewish, he might have problems entering. And so he had sort of like a mocked up Austrian passport that was expired. And I believe that's what the explanation was. If there were additional passports, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I think that's basically what the explanation was that was given, at least by his defense attorneys. But if there's additional information on that, I'm happy to look at it.
That's fair. Okay, and then I have one last general question, and then JJ, you can take it somewhere, and then maybe we can do a bonus little 10-minute shift to a different topic.
Sure.
This goes back to, because this is my interest in this is it's the epistemological question. It's what how much evidence do we need? Do you think O.J. Simpson is innocent? Out of just curiosity.
Do I think he's innocent?
Do you think O.J. Simpson?
So
was
again, this
wrongly
might
let
be
go?
seen as contrarian. I actually am one of the people who think that the jury's verdict of not guilty was the correct verdict. In
All
the
right, fair
trial.
enough.
Doesn't mean that he's totally innocent.
Well, yeah,
but
innocent of murder.
It means
I
the
mean.
government failed to meet its burden of proof.
Fair enough.
With
Okay.
tainted evidence and other things.
But okay, so so fair enough. That analysis of the trial. But if you had a gun to your head and it was just yes or no, did he do it? What do you lean towards? And this is I don't know any. I'm not old enough to have been around for the O.J. trial.
I would
so
say
don't know
pull the
much about
trigger.
it.
I mean, I think we had a trial. I think we had a trial, and
Okay.
the government tainted the government, like by its own admission, furnished tainted evidence. So, like, why would that need to be the case? I mean, look, I'm not going to begrudge people if they think that it's probably more likely than not that Simpson did commit the murders, and he was found liable in a civil trial for the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman.
Okay.
But the threshold for a criminal conviction is much higher.
Yeah, but I guess that's what I'm at. This is because, yes, I agree. For a criminal conviction and for a legal conviction, it's different from a can we just talk about the issue broadly and assign probabilities. It's sort of like, the way I see it is if someone has a MAGA hat on and a shirt that says "Lock her up," technically you cannot make any for sure. That's not hard evidence of anything, but you can make inferences and assumptions about maybe that person's character and what they believe.
Well, you can infer that they support Trump, right? If they're wearing a Trump hat.
But maybe they're a comedian.
doing
Maybe
a
they don't
joke
believe
or
it.
something?
Yeah, exactly. So my point is, of course, like
but this is like the part about like with extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence. Like whether or not they're like a Trump fan is not an extraordinary claim, right? And so you can come to like claims that aren't going to be necessarily like super damaging to somebody's reputation. Now that obviously that's up in the air as to how damaging to somebody's reputation being a Trump supporter is, but but yeah, that's just not like a very serious claim that somebody would need like an insane amount of evidence for, and is something that like one could prove otherwise with like a voting history or some shit like that.
technically you can't. That's not hard evidence of anything.
You could ask them, do you support Trump?
True, but even then they could just be ironically lying to you and poisoned and all that. So it's a question of like, when does it make sense to say let's proceed forward as if this is true, even though we don't have hard evidence otherwise?
Mm-hmm.
And so I
don't think we've reached that point at all with Epstein. I think
fair enough.
I think it's the exact opposite. Because it's not just that there's no evidence that would substantiate these grandiose theories people have. It's that there's increasingly a deluge of countervailing evidence.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Then I'm gonna throw a bone to the QAnon folks right here and ask you this.
Okay.
You're familiar with
who are the QAnon folks exactly?
Paul's
face. QAnon? Yeah. Apparently, actually no, it's all Destiny fans.
Actually, you know what? Virginia Giuffre got involved in QAnon stuff. Did I mention that before? I forgot.
I don't doubt it.
In 2020, she started tweeting like
this is
QAnon hashtags and whatnot. So that should give you a little bit of insight into her stability or credibility as a supposed witness.
This is tangential, so this is not directly related to the Epstein stuff. This is the broader. I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
Like my point about the MAGA hat. If you have someone has a MAGA hat, you can make inferences about their character, or whatever. Do you think that the Podesta paintings allow us to make any inference on who the kind of people the Podestas are?
I've never seen any hard. No, I mean, I
The Podesta paintings likely refers to artworks from the collection of Tony Podesta, a prominent art collector, or the work of artist Alex Podesta. Tony Podesta, in a well-known collection of contemporary art, including works by international artist Alex Podesta, creates figures, sculptures, often exploring the themes, self-awareness of fantasy. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, wait, is that the Clinton painting? Okay, yeah. It doesn't look like it's ever brought up.
I've never seen solid evidence that shows that the Podestas were involved in a child sexual enslavement operation. No, is that the inference we're supposed to draw from the?
No. The inference
what other
of the kind
are we to draw? Like, what inference do you?
That
draw?
they are degenerate and depraved.
See, he keeps doing this where he keeps saying like degenerate and depraved as though that like means anything. Like Tom Foolery show keeps defending Epstein and saying that he wasn't doing a blackmail operation. And it's like, okay, what are you implying about Tom Foolery show? Well, in the same show where he did seem to say that not only did Epstein not kill himself, or not only did he say that Epstein killed himself, but he also said that he wasn't running a blackmail operation. In that same stream, he also said that it was okay for girls to call men daddy. Like, okay, so there's evidence that he's a pedophile? Well, not necessarily a pedophile, but that he's a degenerate and depraved. Okay. So wait, so what are we supposed to take from this? Like, what? That's it? Is that something about their sex life? Like,
sexually?
Yeah, morally, sexually.
But like, you got to distinguish morally.
Well, let's go
sexually.
morally. That's more broadly. I mean, I guess sexually depraved it can be.
I just object to the political ethics of the Podestas. I've been a long-time critic of the Podestas from that standpoint. But like, if you're conflating political depravity with sexual depravity, the latter is where I would have to just interject and say, I don't see any credible evidence to suggest that they're sexually depraved from the people that want to, in the way people want to believe when they view some painting of theirs.
Yeah, but
I mean, don't you need a little bit more than that to accuse somebody of
I'm not accused
sex predation?
Okay, hold on.
Then they like maybe they had some painting.
Okay, I'm not. I just said this is. I'm not making a legal conviction. I'm not saying it. I'm asking.
You, like,
is it reasonable to make inferences about their character based on those paintings?
What inferences?
The kind of person who has a painting of children at the bottom of a pool with their ankles slit or their hands bound.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not
sure.
in their
I can't
house.
recall what painting you're talking about exactly, or whether it was established to be
Fine,
in the possession of Podesta. Like, did John Podesta have that painting? Is that what you're saying?
Tony Podesta is the art collector. John Podesta.
So Tony Podesta possessed that painting, is what you're saying?
Yeah, in his house and all that. Yes.
Okay, I don't know to be true. I would have to go and double check.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I mean, I think people throughout over the course of millennia have had a lot of out there artwork or forms of art that they collect, right?
Very different from. I guess. Do you know the paintings I'm referring to? Have you seen the ones with the children bound at the bottom of the pool?
No, it's been a while. I don't know exactly what you're talking about or who was claimed to be in possession of it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I thought the guy who ran the pizza shop was supposed to have had some.
You want to hear something crazy? I've been to. I was as a minor. I was in Comet's Pizza.
Were you sexually preyed upon?
No, but you know what? In all of the articles that said Comet Pizza did not have a basement, guess what? When I was in there, you walk in the pizza shop, and in the back right corner, there's a step down into like a gymnasium in the back, which any normal person would say that's a basement. Although technically you could say there's no basement.
How do you have
so
such
my
a
skepticism
recollection of like?
Because we went there for it was like a political debate trip to Washington D.C.
What did he say it? Did I miss it?
John Podesta.
So Tony Podesta possessed that painting, is what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm not making a legal conviction. I'm not saying it. I'm asking
you,
is it reasonable to make inferences about their character based on those paintings?
What inferences?
The kind of person who has a painting of children at the bottom of a pool with their ankles slit or their hands bound.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not
sure.
in their house.
I can't recall what painting you're talking about exactly, or whether it was established to be in the possession of Podesta. Like, did John Podesta have that painting? Is that what you're saying?
Tony Podesta is the art collector. John Podesta.
So Tony Podesta possessed that painting, is what you're saying?
Wait, did I miss
in his
it?
house and all that. Yes.
Do I need to go back farther?
I don't.
Did he say dress at any point? I didn't hear dress.
She started tweeting like this is QAnon hashtags and whatnot. So that should give you a little bit of insight into her stability or credibility.
This is degenerate and depraved.
I object to the political ethics of the Podestas. I've been a long-time critic of the Podestas from that standpoint. But like, if you're conflating political depravity with sexual depravity, the latter is where I would have to just interject and say, I don't.
Well, I just Googled like Podesta dress Clinton. The artist who painted Jeffrey Epstein's portrait of Bill Clinton in a dress tells us why she made it and what it means. Oh shit, what the fuck? This is the reality for Petrina Ryan Clyde, whose painting of Bill Clinton incredulously clad in blue dress suddenly was scrutinized across the internet last week after Daily Mail revealed that it had been owned and prominently displayed by Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire convicted pedophile who recently died by suicide in New York. Ryan Clyde says that she has been overwhelmed amid the week's frenzy of attention. She spoke to ArtNet News over the weekend by email to clarify some misinterpretations circling around the now viral image, which she developed as a student, having recently arrived in the United States from Australia. I live a quiet life, and I really just had a naive, newly arrived foreigner's idea for a thesis, she writes, of the painting known as Parsing Bill and its companion painting of George W. Bush playing with blocks and paper airplanes called War Games. It was just a silly school artwork that was supposed to show pictorially the messages we are bombarded with in regards of these presidents. She confirms that the blue dress is a reference to Monica Lewinsky's blue dress, a prominent piece of the evidence of Clinton's affair with his former intern. This is not the one that I ever saw. The one that I always saw was him standing up in a blue dress, red high heels, and like earrings and shit on. This is the link I posted earlier in chat. You can't post links in YouTube chat. So yeah, anytime you post something and it doesn't pop up here on my screen, nobody else can see it. YouTube will allow you to post, but you can see it. Literally nobody else can. So it for some reason it doesn't tell you that. I don't know why. It should say like no links or something, but it doesn't, and there's nothing we can do about it. I can't make it to where links are postable or anything. So one thing that seems clear is the painting of Bill Clinton is not about making fun of the idea of the man wearing a dress or any of her paintings of Bush. It's about making fun of a man playing with children's toys. Parsing Bill and War Games are both about how opposition parties caricature presidents. Neither painting should be taken literally. For the Clinton painting, Ryan Clyde worked with Christopher Niel, a model who has posed for the New York Academy of Arts since 2001. Niel, who was vacationing in his native France when the 7-year-old student Okay, that's a really dumb way of saying this. The 7-year-old student's painting went viral. It makes it sound like the student is 7 years old, not that they've been a student for 7 years. Why the fuck would they say it like that? The 7-year-old student painting. Oh, the painting is actually 7 years old. Holy shit, this is even more confusing. Why? What the fuck? I was absolutely stunned to find out that Epstein bought her painting during a major event at the school. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So it has nothing to do with Podesta. I don't think. Let me control F. Nope, no Podesta. All right.
I don't see any credible evidence to suggest that they're sexually depraved from the people that want to, in the way people want to believe when they view some painting of theirs.
Yeah, but
I mean, don't you need a little bit more than that to accuse somebody of
I'm not accusing
sex predation?
Okay, hold on.
Then they, like, maybe.
Foreign Affairs.
You know what? I'm jotting that down because I forgot about that. I'm working on something about trafficking, which should really salvage my reputation on this stuff.
All right, JJ, do you want to ask something? I don't want to do one 10-minute segment at the very end.
You want to do a lightning round? I just don't like Paul or Michael. What does it say?
Okay. All right. Well, we are definitely well over 35 minutes. So, Oh wait, let's see, 45, 50, then plus 30. Oh yeah, we're literally at 35 right now. Okay, so yeah, we hit 35 minutes. That's it. We're at 125.
American politics, that this is the kind of stuff that we're spending so much time talking
Oh
about.
no, 120 would be 35 minutes. Why is my brain farting right now? Yeah, 120 would be 35 minutes from 45 minutes in. So yeah. Okay. Well, I gotta get off. I got some stuff I gotta do. I should be back on tomorrow. Make sure you guys join the Discord and put any content suggestions in the Discord. So in the server, I was thinking about earlier today just doing a movie night. And so I might do that at random one of these days coming up. But if you're not in the Discord, this is the server right here, Den of Fools. The link is in the description. And we have all sorts of different channels in here. You can, every time I go live, it sends announcements here and lets you know that I just went live. But the same thing for if I go live on other platforms. If you're only like subscribed to me on YouTube, you may not get a notification. This will send you a notification every time I go live. And if I post videos on TikTok or something like that, it'll let you know. If we have uploads on Instagram or anywhere else, it'll let you know. It's got social media on here, so when I post stuff on different platforms, it'll let you know. And then most importantly, we have content suggestions here, and this is where people post suggestions for content. And this is where a lot of what I review comes up. So earlier in the stream, we were going over some of the Myron Gaines stuff from Abba and Preach. Got this from content suggestions. So thank you, Aaron. But yes, make sure that you go and post some stuff that you think that we should cover. Or if you think there's somebody that I should debate, or a topic that I should debate with somebody, you can put it in there as well. But yeah, make sure you join the Discord. And then there's tons of other channels on here with stuff like drama dumping, where you can just go and post like stuff about different dramas that are happening. There's funny videos where a lot of us post funny videos, and this is fucking great, dude. This is fucking genius. This is a man's world. Well, I can't. I gotta skip this because this is where they got copyrighted music.
And I stand by you. And in dealing with business, you got honor and you gotta have integrity. You understand what I'm telling you? I said honor and integrity. Now this is a royal flush. I guarantee you that. I stand by you.
So what are you telling me? You telling me you want me to pay up? That's what you're telling me?
You know why? Because I insist that you do.
Oh shit. Huh? Oh, look what we got here. Huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Frank.
Good. I suppose you have a warrant to be here? Huh?
Frank is my favorite Denzel character. That is American Gangster. One of the best movies he's ever made.
Huh?
Good. Very good. Okay. Allow me to indulge you in a little story. When I was 6 years old, police run up in my house with a warrant, and they stick a double-barrel shotgun in my nephew's mouth, busting his front teeth out. They says, read the warrant. He says, I don't want to read the warrant.
This is all Denzel versus Denzel versus Denzel versus Denzel. It's all.
Read the warrant. He says, I don't want to read the warrant. They say, read the warrant. He says, I don't want to read the warrant. And they blow his fucking brains out all over the street. Moral of the story is, he didn't want to read the warrant because he couldn't read the warrant. Because he was a 6-year-old little baby. He hadn't learned to read yet. So I don't give a fuck about a warrant then. Don't give a fuck about a warrant now.
Look, I'm here for the money, Frank. Frank, give me the money, Frank. Huh? Give me the money.
Yeah, get all that, huh? That's Blue Magic. That's a brand name. I stand by.
That is illegal narcotics and around a firearm.
We should do American Gangster. I haven't seen that movie in forever. We can do American Gangster sometime.
You're looking at 20 to life with your record, Frank. So you want to give me the money or you want to go to jail?
No, I don't accept that.
You don't accept what?
I don't accept that. I reject that out of hand. Hey, listen, my son needs that money in order for him to live.
John Q. was killed today. doing the serving of a high-risk warrant in Echo Park. Police spokesperson says he has survived.
Wolf of Wall Street. I feel like I've seen it like 50 fucking times. I love the movie. It's such a great movie, but I don't know.
By his wife and dying.
I wouldn't mind Inglourious Bastards.
Shit gets deeper, John. You get the picture?
Yeah. I get the picture. I get the picture. Hey, I get the picture, and I double tap on that picture, huh? I may put a filter on that picture.
Okay, cowboy, you got mad squabbles on
Hey, that's what we doing, huh? Hey, you cross the line, I'm crossing the line, the whole damn system crossed the line. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about, huh? I'm gonna do whatever it takes for my son to live.
Hey, pimp to pimp, player to player, I don't think you'll do it.
I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. Huh? I'm his father, might as well be me.
Whoa.
John, sit down.
I won't accept that. Do not kill yourself.
It's not like stepping on ants, John. It takes a man to kill himself.
I'm not gonna bury my son. My son is going to bury me.
If he blows his own brains out.
I love the like. That's literally like he really does that all the time. My son.
He gets blood and guts all over the money, and that's $25,000. You can't wipe blood off that. You block that.
I don't think you got it in you, John. Huh? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get this money, and I'm gonna get my gun, huh?
Hey, you don't think I'm gonna do it, huh?
You know why? Cause you ain't gonna shoot no cop in the back, huh? You know what they give you for that? Huh? A gas chamber. You know what a gas chamber smells like, boy? Pine oil, huh? That's where you headed, boy, to pine oil heaven. I'm gonna get this money, and I'm gonna get my gun, and you ain't gonna do a damn thing about it. You motherfucker, huh? You shot me in the ass. Hey, John.
Okay, let me get these bands. Huh?
Hey, John, where you going?
Take care of your family. Do what you gotta do.
John, get back here with my money, John. Disloyal.
He's got the gun in his own mouth, dude.
You think you can do this to me? Huh? I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Huh? You niggas gonna be playing spades and Pelican Bay when I'm finished with you. 23-hour lockdown. You will never see who the fuck you think you fucking with, huh? I run this shit. You niggas just play here. I'm the police. King Kong ain't got shit.
Take this here.
You motherfuckers. You shot me in my stomach.
This motherfucker takes so long to die. I like that. You got heart.
You can shoot me, but you can't kill me, huh?
That really is how he shoots the fucking gun in American Gangster. He's just like all over the place. It's like, how are you hitting anything, bro?
10%. Yeah, right there in the cup. And I guess that leaves us, huh?
My man, as you would say, right? Hey, so how you want to split this, Frank?
My man.
Me and you, it's just us.
Let me tell you the cut. You're gonna like this. You're gonna get a kick out of it. 10% to me, another 90% to me.
Frank, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, huh? You want to hear me say I'm sorry? I'm sorry. I was drunk.
So good. I posted that in the Discord. Anyways, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
I think the fire between you two would be excellent for a moderated debate. Like, but loosely moderated.
Like, I'm not a streamer. I'm not getting any benefit out of this. This is just going to be content for other people. And to be honest, I don't want to support Speakeasy's content or his channel in any way, shape, or form.
Well, so you have somebody else host it.
I mean, I'll have sex with just about anybody.
Jesus Christ, Tom. Why did you do that?
And that's what you call.
You say they need a loose moderator. That's me.
I call that a transactional relationship. Full circle.
Oh my gosh, why did you do that? You just fucked my whole vibe up.
You mute me once, I'm out of here, you fucking degen.
And just as a quick caveat to everyone, or a quick disclaimer, because we have two very strong personalities on the right here, this will inevitably turn into like a hardcore debate shouting match. That's not exactly the vibe that we're going for tonight. We'll let you guys go at it a little bit, but we're going to be asking a lot of questions.
Who cares? Ignore Sanzo. We can do whatever we want.
You can't
What are
ignore
gonna
me
do
because
about
I
it?
have the privilege to mute people, motherfucker. All right, and I am very, very, very privileged to use it on you, Andrew.
You mute me once, I'm out of here. You fucking degen.
Okay. Yeah, you mute him, I'm out of here, and I'm probably
Yeah, you mute, and
That's
if
right.
he leaves, I'm leaving.
And if he leaves, then all of us leave. So go ahead, try your luck, Sanzo.
We've unionized. Exactly. This is wow. This is very leftist of you to do collective bargaining. Surprise.